What's up, y'all? What is up?
What's up, gang? React and Draw. It's got to be the number one show in Paraguay. That's what I heard from my sources. Sources say, allegedly,
It's Kazakhstan for sure.
hypothetically, we blowing up in the Balkan Island, the Falkland Islands, the Falkland.
The Falcon Islands? No.
I blew up the whole bit, son. They're balking at my claim at the Falkland. You hear what I'm saying? Feel me? But it's React and Draw, guys. Look, we're here to give you the hard hitting news, the most important news of the day, the prominent economic goings on in the country. Right? You're an economist, right? Where's your bow tie?
Oh yeah. Economy news. My eggs in the NYC area are still $6
Right?
because people can't stop printing money. Yeah. That's As a matter of fact, hold on. Before we go on, we need to talk to Mom Bear over here because apparently in Canada she could get eggs for how much? $3 something? I don't even know how that's possible. Canada generally has higher prices, but
Do they have more chickens? More fertile chickens?
maybe they got a better, I don't know, stock of chickens or something. Whatever.
Well, our chickens probably have some kind of infertility due to, I don't know, various chemicals in the water supply and, like, I don't know, Hennessy or something like that. Like, I don't know what goes on in these farms. They got index. Right.
Yeah, they might be drinking Hennessy. In Florida, I guess it's drugged or something. I have no idea what's going on. All right, let
But
me.
on realness, like we're here for the news, entertainment. Sean's drawing, you know.
I'm gonna try to draw because we got a video to go over. But there's been some news. Hold on, let me get this up here on screen. Why? Oh, there we go.
Yes, in a we gotta shift a bit. You know what I'm saying? First of all, I wanted to give this is all seriousness. I gotta give a shout out to Peter David. This was came out. I mean, it didn't come out left field. He had health problems,
Right.
but it's like, to see it go down like this is sad. It's like you have Peter David died at 60. He's dead at 68. It's not good. First of all, I didn't know you're gonna pop this up on the screen right after.
Oh,
It's like transition. But I did want to talk about this because it's like it did come up in a conversation on the interwebs because there were tweets about how, like, how this is how, like, you go into the comic book industry, right?
yeah.
You're a legend, right? You write Spider-Man 2099.
Right.
I think he created Spider-Man 2999. You could fact check me
Sheesh.
on this, right? And you see him, he's in the movie, right? He's in, like, one of those Spider-Verse movies or something, and he's in video games and crap.
Right.
And then what happens? Like, you get it's like a medical debt and all this, like, and the industry doesn't pull together. I did hear though that, like, Marvel might have paid for a surgery or two or something like that. Like,
Okay.
I think they checked in. That's what I hear. I'm just hearing this from, like, random tweets and stuff like that.
Okay, so they're still gathering the information, I guess, on the facts. Let me see here. Legendary comic writer Peter David has died at the age of 68, as posted by his wife Kathleen O'Shea David. David's death comes after a long battle with chronic kidney disease, along with a series of strokes. Ugh. Oh boy. Since it is out there, Peter David passed away last night. We are devastated. More when I could write about it. Reads the simple social media post announcing his May 24th death. So this actually happened a couple days ago.
Yeah. I mean, he's one of like the legendary comic book writers from like the modern era, I guess. Like not like I would say like 80s, 90s,
Mm,
like Wally West, um, Flash. You got he everything like just the Hulk. I don't know, like he did the Hulk for years, like all the Professor Hulk and all those, you know, anything with the Hulk you see he now is like him.
mm,
All those like storylines that they mined for the Marvel movies, he did.
right.
And he's like one of those guys like Kurt Busiek. He's like one of those guys like Chuck Dixon, like just like these guys or Mark Waid or these guys who just wrote like countless superhero storylines.
Right.
Young Justice. I think there was a cartoon, right, of Young Justice. So it's like
Yes. I never saw it, but there was.
so it's just big time. But that's it. Like I just want to give him big ups, and it's just like
That's sad.
just the way it is. He went out like I think he wasn't good, but the legend lives on. I don't know. There should be a tribute. Like if there's a Comic-Con out going on somewhere, they should be giving him a tribute
Right.
straight up. Put down the the anime dolls. Put down the Street Fighter Funko Pops, and put down the stop selling I don't know bootlegs of bootleg DVDs of Solo Leveling with the Crunchyroll logo on them. Like just put all that non-comic Comic-Con stuff down and give a tribute to a real writer. You know what I'm saying? A
Right.
real legend, right? He even wrote the Star Trek comic book series, adapted in from DC, like the good ones.
Yeah.
I know they still do them now, but he did like the where the artist like drew the likenesses like perfectly. Like I think Gordon Purcell was doing them. I think,
Right.
if I'm wrong, but it was like, and he seems to have like he could write it with the sense of humor of the show between the three characters, like Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Somehow, like he was able to tap into that in a strange way. Like he was like writing it as if he was a writer on Star Trek. It was like really good. So he was versatile. There's not a lot of versatile people, you know how people write nowadays. You just write like their trauma or whatever,
People writing autobiographies in the middle of
they're
in
like
the middle of the other people's
NYU,
characters.
their NYU therapy session or something. But he's like one of the last adults, the boomer gen.
Yeah.
So, but that's all. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to say.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, we can get to the chat.
Mom Bear says, of course, his number one show. It has the Concord concept artist and the legendary collarbone. Yo, I'm never going to get rid of the Concord allegations, man.
No, you were not.
Yo, who lied on me, bro? Said I was a developer for what? For 6 years?
Many years.
Yeah, apparently.
Working really hard. Big flop.
Power said, biggest flop in gaming history. So Mom Bear said, check the DMs. She sent a picture of Walmart, a dozen eggs, $3.93. How? How? This doesn't make any sense. Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. All right. I'm hating, by the way. I'm being salty right now.
Salty. Yeah, but the topic for tonight, as you have seen in the thumbnail of this video,
yes,
if it has been uploaded correctly by our resident upload guy, Mr. X, our fictitious unpaid intern. You want to handle the intro of that?
All right. So the other night, my good friend above me here alerted me that artist Rob Liefeld from the you know him from the 90s. He started a youth or he posted on his YouTube channel. Apparently, he's had this channel for quite some time. And the first video that he did is called The Rob Liefeld Show. The 90s Renaissance. Why the 90s won't stop winning. But in there, he has a segment where he talks about what happened to all the superstar artists. And I only listened to a little bit of it. And I remember telling Dan, like, yeah, we got to react to this because this sounds insane. So we're going to be looking at that today. Let me just get it up here on the screen. Let us take that up out of here. Get that in here. Wait. Boom. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Before
also, if you guys would be so kind, throw a few likes on the channel. You know, like, it'll help us in the algorithm. Help us decode this comic book artist mystery that has been plaguing the comic book industry for many, many years. Right. Where have all the superstar comic book artists have gone? It seems to have moved into a writer-focused industry where the writers are doing the interviews. You know, they're dancing in the videos like Diddy, like, you know what I'm saying, in the back of one of Biggie Smalls' videos, right?
All up in the videos.
Right. All up in the videos, eating good at the Comic-Con, you know, making big speeches, right?
They got the panels, you know what I mean?
Right. Getting gassed up, right? You know, you notice in those interviews in the comic book websites, they rattle on about their book, what's going on in their life, you know, what kind of, you know, they're eating good at like Olive Garden and stuff. And then they'll say, oh, also this guy, blah, 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 is drawing my book. He's really great. And then they move on to something else.
Even though comic books are a visual medium, somehow, yes, you know, the artist went away. But anyway, so we're going to check out the segment where he's talking about that. And let us see what Rob has to say.
Right.
It happened with the 90s stuff. We came into the 2000s. And suddenly there was shame. Somebody asked me the other day, who was responsible for so much of the shaming? I'll tell you right now, I would stand next to, I've told you about the 2001, I went to San Diego, I was in disguise. I had sunglasses on, I had a hat.
Run it back a little bit. Maybe we got to do a little intro who Rob Liefeld is for people who don't know. Like, I don't know, maybe there's some people who don't know who he is.
True. Hold on, let's run it back to about here. So Rob Liefeld was popular. Rob Liefeld is a popular comic book artist from the 90s. You may have seen his name alongside names like Jim Lee,
Tom McFarlane, the original Image crew.
Excuse me. You're right. Tom McFarlane. Who else? Like Eric Larson. Would we consider Joe Madureira one of the originals? He was like he's like the next gen after that or something.
Yeah, he was more like he got in like later. Like we're talking like a span between he got in like around when was that, like 2000 maybe?
Yeah, I would say that.
Image started like in 1993, 2. I can't get a real timeline. I have to go to Image Wikipedia on this.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that information up.
But anyway, Rob Liefeld was one of the most successful comic book artists in the 1990s. His run on New Mutants made it a bestseller, like top 10, #1 book after like many years of it floundering in the charts.
Right.
They then let him reimagine the book into the title known as X-Force.
Yep.
Which became, I don't know, it sold millions of copies and seen numbers that American comics haven't seen in years, decades, ever since, basically.
I still have X-Force number 3.
Right.
Number 3. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. Because a lot of people, you know, some people like his art, some people don't. X-Force number 3 was one of the most exciting books I've ever seen in my life. I wish I could show y'all, like it was so insane. It was the Juggernaut. Was the Juggernaut in that issue? I'm trying to remember. I know Warpath. I don't know if you all are familiar with Warpath, but Warpath was a Native American superhero, and he was fighting the Juggernaut. And I remember, and they were punching each other off of buildings, and Spider-Man swung by. I can't put it in words. It was just super exciting. But yes,
Oh, okay. This is the Juggernaut and Black Tom
yes.
fight on top of the the World Trade Center.
Oh yes.
Like,
So this was
like
before.
yeah, it's way before, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of a wild story, you know. Maybe it's involved in some kind of conspiracies or something like that. Maybe, you know, like how the Simpsons episode, you know, they talk about they have like the magazine that had like 911
Oh
news.
yeah.
It's like, you know, maybe this comic is involved in that. You know, maybe the CIA and Rob are like connected somehow.
But
Not a serious moment. Serious moment. It's like, okay.
To put it in more clarity, this is the man that created Deadpool, and everybody knows Deadpool now.
Yeah, millions, selling all merchandise, movies, billions of dollars, box office, bajillions. It's not a real box office number, so don't quote me on that.
Deadpool is a interesting for I feel like Deadpool, similar to kind of like Harley Quinn, but more so Deadpool. It's like comic heads knew all about him, but somehow through like YouTube and memes, like Deadpool like smashed through like public conscious. I can't even explain it. Like I don't even know how it happened. Like not that it wasn't super popular. I'm just saying that like it became like mainstream, and then when they made the movie, it was just like, you know.
Yeah, I remember Deadpool. It had like various, you know, versions. You know, like it had Rob's version, which basically, I guess, set everything up. It's like his name is Wade Wilson. He was part of the Weapon X program. That, you know, he wears that mask because his face is messed up, I guess, you know, and all this, and he, you know, he likes to talk a lot of, you know,
Right.
and his outfit, you know, remains the same after all these years.
Yeah.
And that's Deadpool, man. You know, he's the merc with the mouth, and they still use that slogan in like, you know, everything. Came from his little sketchbook to on screen. Now, later on, when he left Marvel, they took the character Deadpool, and then Joe Casey and other people like added like, you know, other characters like his roommate and
Right.
you know, Negasonic Teenage Warhead and all those other characters. It made it more wacky than what Rob originally envisioned.
Right.
But it all started with Rob. You know, that's the that's what went down. But anyway, what the deal is that it seems like ever since that era of the early 90s, and I guess a little after that, the idea of the comic book artist as the superstar, the draw,
yes,
of the comic book seems to evaporated, and it's gone into more of a writer focused thing. You know, like there's still artists that can still sell things, but we haven't seen it like in the millions. And you know, Rob was like on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous or something with Robin Leach. Try explaining that to like
okay. This all right, and this is okay. There's multiple reasons we're covering this. One is because we remember him from the era of hype. Two, because he's the Deadpool creator, and three, y'all understand in the 90s, okay? In the 90s, comic book artists, especially superstar comic book artists, you know, like Rob, like Jim Lee, like Todd, like these people were rich, like rich, okay? Like this man had a video where I forgot what was that the Lifestyles of Rich and Famous where he talked about the villa.
Yeah, he was living in a villa. You know, maybe we could play that after this or something.
Oh my goodness, he had a villa, 2 villas, didn't he?
I don't know about that. Maybe
I thought I'm gonna have to fact check that. But I
thought he got 14 villas, yo. He got one international. He won you know.
I thought he had a villa for him and his wife, and then a villa for his boys to make comics. Well, I might be misconstruing
That's more of an office, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
Is it like a frat house? No. Anyway, we're
I
gonna
don't know.
fact check
Yeah,
this
we'll
later.
fact check that.
We're gonna call the fact check guy, who
Yeah.
don't exist. Anyway.
But that era of comics is essentially what made getting into comic books exciting. And then it was all stripped away for boredom.
Mystery reasons
Yes.
that I guess we can get along after we react to this video.
Yes. We've hypothesized for many years, but we're about to find out right now, I guess. So
your potential, you're going to unlock the excitement, you're going to reignite what we've
run
lost.
that back a little bit right here. Sorry.
I dictated the layout, the design, the movement of these pages, the length. Did I want to do 25 pages, 28 pages? What did I want to do? Part of what is happening with this generation is they need to assert a control over their destiny, and to do that, they need to move off of the collaboration and just do their thing.
Indie. I'm guessing that's what he's saying, like for up and coming people.
Yeah, his prescription is to abandon the mainstream, and in order for an artist to, I don't know, forge his path to financial freedom,
Right.
you'll have to draw your own comic book, because you can't trust the other person or the other company that you're involved with will try to clamp you down. Is that what's going on? But why is that? We have to find out why. What is the reasoning? We have to.
All right.
You're gonna dig in deep. no Diddy.
Because when you do your thing, you're going to unlock. You are going to completely and totally unlock your potential. You're going to unlock the excitement. You're going to reignite what we've lost. And so, what happened with the '90s stuff? We came into the 2000s, and suddenly there was shame. Somebody asked me the other day, who was responsible for so much of the shaming? I'll tell you right now. I would stand next to, I've told you about the 2001, I went to San Diego, I was in disguise. I had sunglasses on, I had a hat that went down to here.
I like this investigation style Rob right now, like he gonna get to the bottom of something.
Yeah. And he's alluding to a shaming.
No.
And I assume this is the shaming of superstar artists,
right,
from, I don't know, getting too big for their britches, maybe drawing a little more, I don't know, bombastically than the script requires, because this was a lot of, this was a criticism that Rob and his contemporaries, Tom McFarlane, who created Spawn, and Mark Silvestri, who created Cyberforce and co-created Witchblade, and the superstar 90s people, they were often criticized for their flash, and they take up they do a lot of double page spreads and stuff like that. They'll draw an entire face that would cover up like most of the issue and stuff, and meanwhile the writer, they want to get into the story, they want more panels, they want conversation or exposition or something. But I guess artists had a little more control back then, so they would
take the script and run with it.
Yeah, but I guess there was a shaming after the 90s that was known as, I mean, as a fan, you could tell, even in comic shops and things like that, there would be people who were shamed. Like, you reading that? That's crap. You know what I'm saying? This is a real story. And then, I don't know, whip out some page with 9 panel grids and dialogue and all this, you'd be known as a fool if you're reading stuff in the 90s. So there was a shaming in the 2000s.
Right.
And I guess he's going to get into why there was the shaming.
Had to unhype them. Just like when my parents, when I was little, they said I was too hyped as a kid, so they took me off of apple juice.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. For years, I didn't drink apple juice because...
Did you too hyped one day?
I don't know. I don't even know. I didn't think I was wilding out, but apparently they said I was just running on. I wasn't even being bad. I was just hyped. So
Hype, like, just running around causing trouble. You weren't causing trouble? You jumping on couches and
I
stuff?
don't remember. I don't know whether if they were around, I'd ask them. I'd be like, "Yo, what was I doing? Like, was I bouncing off
We
the
did
walls? Like,
in the 90s, bro. You were acting up like you
no,
drank some
not the
apple juice.
90s. No, 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 not in the 90s. It was like the 80s. Like, you know,
Oh,
closer
okay.
closer to when I was like a kid.
You were like moonwalking and stuff with apple juice. I don't know what's going on in the 80s. Saying I pretty the fool and just like running around with a big box of Del Monte apple juice or something, just acting the fool.
I didn't
Acting like a
start.
acting like a YN with some apple juice.
Maybe that's how we could get the YN population under control. Just take away the apple juice. You know what I'm
That's how it starts. Apple juice, the apple juice to lean pipeline. It started, yo.
Apple juice is the gateway, y'all. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
you know, we were reading on 90s comic books, we're getting hyped, and they didn't like us get hyped. So
Yeah, like it's
something
getting
happened.
hype. By the way, before I turn this video back on, you know what I love about like they stop like they try to de-hype. No, actually, what I really mean to say is everything was hyped. Like everything was hyped. You realize
Yeah.
okay, the comics was hyped, and then
Yeah.
Power Rangers came on, and then Batman the
Yeah.
animated series. We were mad hyped, y'all. Like we.
Especially if you were a kid, like you were a guy, you know,
Oh my
you were little,
gosh.
you know, you're like a young ninja walking around, and it's just like you put on the TV, and it's just like combat on television, Ninja Turtles hitting each other with, bow staffs and
Man,
size, and then you have gargoyles, and you have whatever, I don't know, X-Men, the cartoon. It was like in the movies, Die Hard and
yep.
just action movies, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yo, we were hyped in everything. We really were
Yeah.
like.
It was too much. And then like the 2000s, they were like, hey guys, you guys gotta calm down.
Yeah, this one it was time to mature yourself.
Even though it was still kind of immature in some places.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like, especially in the early 90s, like I would say like the music was more it was like hype but mature. Then you had Limp Bizkit in the early 90s. So the music was getting kind of stupid.
Wait, Limp Bizkit was early 90s?
I would say so. Very late. It was late 90s. I'm sorry, early 2000s. Sorry,
Okay.
that's what I mean. All right, I'm talking about the things, I don't know. Rolling was a good song. I have no problem with Limp Bizkit.
Rolling.
Fans, Rolling was, fine song. Don't get mad. I like Rolling.
Now it's in my head.
It's up a hands down, back up. What you gonna do now? Everybody loves that. They mean it. The Biscuit.
I'm just saying it was all hype, super hype.
Anyway, it was a hype time.
I mean, I was enjoying it. Now everything is just like, What's the hype now? Concord?
Yeah,
exactly. That's how it's supposed to get hyped. Sorry,
yeah,
I can't. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, we had Mortal Kombat. And they were like, I mean, we still have Mortal Kombat now.
But... Yeah, we got Mortal Kombat, the movie with Cole freaking Young.
What, we don't have to get into that tangent.
That's not hyped. No, I'm not going to get into the tangent.
Yeah, we're going to get to the comments. There's a lot of cool comments about this. Seems like a lot of people wanted to answer Panda got a lot of things to say. We're going to get to all those comments, and I'm going to read them all.
Right.
Let's see what Rob has to say first, though.
I had sunglasses on. I had a button-down shirt. I had a bag that went across me, diagonally across my chest. I wore pants, not shorts. I don't think that you would. I actually told a few people, it's Rob Liefeld. And they're like, what? One guy told me who knew I was going to kind of come disguised. He goes, there's no way you're going to fool me. I talked to him for 2 minutes before he realized it was me. I was very much undercover. I went to the DC and the Marvel tables as they reviewed people and watched them say, don't do this image stuff. Stop. Draw from life. Draw from photos. Stop doing this exaggerated image stuff. Shame, shame, shame.
Hey, yo, hold on, pause. Wait, hold on. So they were at the table. They were at the tables trying to de-hype people in real time.
Yeah, he's talking about in Comic-Con. They had a portfolio review, and I guess they had a lot of artists, coming in with the portfolio, and Hey, can I get a gig at Marvel? Review my portfolio. I used to see those in the I mean, I haven't been to a convention in a while, but they have these all the time. Like they go up to editors and they take a look at the portfolio,
Right.
and I don't know. I guess like he's talking about a time when in the I don't know. I assume did he say what time when he was doing this? Like in the early two
Um,
thousands or something? After
I forget. I have to
I don't.
listen back.
Yeah, but it's like they check your portfolio. They make sure you're drawing backgrounds. You're not just drawing like just superhero posing and fight scenes. They want to see if you could draw like conversations and cars and horses and stuff like that. So if you have some kind of sample story that you're drawing that has all those elements and the fight scene included,
Mhm.
then you're good, and you could draw well, then it might give you a card or something. Then you would call them and they give you a sample. And if you get good at the sample, then you probably have to go do another sample. And then if they like that, they'll put you on a one shot or the back of an annual side story and pay you. That's how it used to be. I don't know.
Right. I mean, that's valid.
Right. So, but I assume in the 90s, it was just a lot of people were influenced by Rob and his contemporaries, and they would just draw like them,
Yeah.
draw big and exaggerated and, action. It was a hype time, like you said. So I guess he's noticing a shift in the vibe.
Right. While undercover.
Right.
I heard it out of the editor-in-chief, out of Joe Quesada's mouth. Joe Quesada in 2006, after Wizard World, was part of a group of us that went to dinner at Morton Steakhouse. A gentleman named Dan Buckley was in attendance there. Joseph Loeb III, you know him as Jeff Loeb. John Romita Jr. was there. I was there. Quesada was there. And those are the people that I definitively remember being at the dinner. And it was at that dinner that Joe Quesada then told me that he felt that there were some of my peers. One of them was Todd McFarlane. He told it to my face. He said, "You know why Todd stopped drawing, don't you? Because he was going to be exposed. The level of artwork and the level of execution of the form is greater now. I mean, look what's going on with Alex Ross. I mean," and he said, he kept saying Todd was the emperor with no clothes.
Wait, what's going on here? Like, so allegedly Joe Quesada's got some dirt on Todd. I
It
don't.
seems like he has an opinion on Todd's artwork,
Oh,
and
okay.
he's saying that he's going to be exposed, that he can't draw. Is that what we're saying? Like he can't draw, or because he mentions that Alex Ross is look what he's doing with the medium. I mean, Alex Ross is painting his comic books. It's kind of like a different kind
Yeah,
of
that's a different style. Like Alex Ross
situation,
is fantastic, but
right?
I wouldn't pit him against Todd McFarlane. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah, it's like two completely different art styles. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's sort of kind of a strange comparison, but let's see what he's talking about.
All right.
And for fear of being exposed, he withdrew. And I went, that's not true. But I laughed because Todd had very specific opinions about Joe. And he would talk to me because in the middle of the 90s, Joe wanted us to publish Ash, but he came to the Image partners and said, "But you have to make me a partner." And the guy who was most vehemently against that was Todd. Now, I don't know if this is a beef that carried over time, because to me it was really once it was like, no, there's not a chance he's going to be a partner. And then he went and did his own thing. He took Ash and did his own thing.
Okay. Sorry, I'm being ignorant here. When he says Ash,
Ash was a comic book created by Joe Quesada
Mhm.
and I believe Jimmy Palmiotti, his partner in crime. His creative partner.
Mhm.
They who eventually both of them got a gig at Marvel. Well, I'm jumping ahead. Anyway, Ash is a comic book character that he created in the 90s before he worked at Marvel. And it was
Okay.
about a fireman, I believe, that had superpowers.
Okay.
and his name was Ash. And I think it was self-published, or it was through a company called Event Comics.
Okay.
I think he owned it.
All right.
So this was
Okay.
his foray into independent publishing, and I remember seeing the ad in Wizard as a kid. I remember seeing that.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. I just needed to know.
I contracted Joe to do all sorts of illustrations for me. He did a 9-piece cover, and it was more exaggerated and definitely a more extreme style than the one that he is now utilizing. He also, I was at Marvel in around 2007, 2008. No, it was around 2009, right before Deadpool Corps. And he was drawing from photos. He had a photo reference that he was using on his Cintiq to create a Doctor Strange illustration. I love photos as much as the next guy. There are very few people that can pull off the photo reference to the point that it can entertain me as much as some of my favorite stylized guys. But this attitude that artists from the 90s were somehow in retreat because, we were being exposed to. You didn't say it to me. I'm working at Marvel at the time. I'm doing Onslaught Reborn. As this is happening, I am gainfully employed drawing a story with Jeff Loeb celebrating the 10th anniversary of Heroes Reborn, which was, as you know, very controversial across many levels.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. See, I don't want to make assumptions here.
Okay.
So he's saying that Joe is talking. What I'm gathering is that Joe is talking about like the level of realism that artists are pulling off, as opposed to the stylized guys from the '90s. And
Yeah.
he's telling this information to Rob because why? Because Rob is one of those guys.
Right. But I guess they were at some dinner or something, and I guess maybe they have a little drinky drink or something, and maybe Rob is saying some things that, to him about, the direction of the business.
Right.
And then maybe like Tom, Quesada let his feelings about Tom McFarlane and the vibe of the 90s and out.
Okay.
He's letting it out.
All right.
And the timeline here, I guess, is circa 2006.
Yes.
And Rob went back to Marvel to do like miniseries and one shots and stuff. Tom McFarlane didn't come back,
Right.
except to DC to do Batman and Spawn, because he figured, well, if I'm gonna go back, then I'm gonna get promo for. He's like, I'm gonna get promo for my character.
I remember I have that book actually.
Batman and Spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty dope.
Right. So it's like, oh, if he's gonna go back, he's gonna make sure his character's getting, heat and love. I think Silvestri was kind of like that as well. Jim and Rob went back in, I guess now it's 1996, 1990, somewhere in that era. If he's talking about 10 years from then, to take some of the characters and do their own versions of them. So they had Jim took Fantastic Four, and Rob did Captain America.
Oh yes, I remember.
It was called Heroes Reborn.
Right. Okay. All right.
So I guess he still had he had an in at Marvel. So maybe this is why the conversation was
happening.
Happening. Because he said he was back in 2006 to draw like Onslaught. So he probably felt like, I could trust Team Rob. And it's not the thing like a secret. I think by then the shaming, as we call it here, I guess, was in full fledged. There was really no one really drawing like the 90s at all anymore in comics. It was pretty much
by
purged
06. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, by 06.
It was like on its way out. Like, yeah. Huh. All right. Let me continue.
But he literally leaned in and he said, you know why? And I remember, like, why are you telling me something that is A, untrue, and B, has no basis in reality and is just a product of your own opinion, or as you wish it to be? That's a great story if that's how you wish it to be, okay? I've seen the prices that Todd McFarlane's art goes for. I've seen the prices that Joe's go for. Be Todd McFarlane, okay? Every time out the gate, be Todd McFarlane. No, some of these people said really stupid things to us over the course of many years, but it was they wanted to fix the comics industry, and what they thought was wrong with it was the exaggerated proportions and the stylized art. And that brought us into a very dull 2000s.
Haven't we been saying that for like? I don't have full disclaimer. This is the part where I might crash out because what? Like, so you're telling me the problem was there were too many stylized, flashy, and entertaining guys. So what they really trying to tell me the problem was they were making too much money?
Well,
I know, okay, I know they're not gonna frame it like that, but that's how I'm seeing. So it's like Marvel said about, oh, look at these Todd and Jim Lee, like, oh, let's just, you know, dial it back down. We don't need all this cash, like, you know.
a lot of things were happening in the 90s though, like with comics and the rise of superstar artists, and it got a lot of things got conflated with each other. So you have I guess what they call the collector's market crashed.
Mm-hmm.
So you had a bunch of people, like there was a lot of superstar artists that were rising up, selling millions of copies off of hype. And then the collector's market got in and said, okay, let's, encourage people. I don't know. The vibe was out that if you buy this this X-Force #1 or whatever,
Yeah,
new hot comic of the week, that if you save it, then in your basement somewhere, then you'll be rich in like, 5 years later or 10 years later or something. You'll be like sitting on like how some guy from like, I don't know, 50s or the 60s, they have like Fantastic Four #1 and they're rich off of that. Like you'll be rich getting an X-Force #1, except by then everyone was into the collector's market. So
it was getting inflated. I mean, I understand it. Like, I'm speaking as like a person that wants to consume the entertainment. But yes, there were
right.
some bad practices that came along with the 90s hype.
Yeah, because we were making money. There was a lot of greed. Even the indie people were like, yo, I'm drawing like some hot babe #1 issue. I can get an M in Wizard if I get a big ad in Wizard,
Right.
and it makes it look like it's a hot comic, and then people would buy it, but then like it was really not worth anything because the company would fold up like 2 months later or something, like, so there's a lot of people having a lot of worthless comics.
Yes. That was
A
the
lot of
bad
people got
part.
into the market that weren't even reading the comics.
Yeah, yeah.
And and so it collapsed a lot of comic book stores, went out of business. A lot of it's like if the highs and the lows, and during that time was the time of these like superstar bombastic, artists drawing like crazy proportions, fights, a lot of energy. So like when the 2000s came, it seemed like it was a time to like, all right, we got to buckle down and become adults. So they wanted nothing to do with the 90s. It seemed like they wanted to do the opposite of that. And anything involved with that, good or bad, was like purge. It just reminded them of like the bad time.
The bad times. Would you say it's similar to the 80s cartoons where it was like, they'd have a new IP, like I'm saying, every
Right.
year?
It'd be like, we like Transformers, we like Voltron, we like G.I. Joe, we like Thundercats. But it was also mixed in with it being a toy commercial.
Right.
And it was there to sell toys. And if the toys stop selling, they start making the cartoon, or they start trying to, they killed Optimus Prime because his toy wasn't selling anymore. They built too many. I don't know, something like that. It ran its course or something.
And
like,
even with the less popular stuff, like you get into it as a kid and you're like, hey, Silverhawks, can we see more? Nah, it's gone. Why? Oh, we couldn't sell the toy anymore. What do you mean? I was watching it. Like,
right. And the ratings were good. And then like the writers probably felt hampered because they couldn't take the storyline a certain way because they had to call the toy company first. So people got tired of like toy-etic looking franchises in the 2000s. And then, but it's a good idea to make a new property that looks like it could be an action figure line.
Yes.
So it's like we got rid of that idea. It's sort of like you got rid of, you know, they say getting the baby with the bathwater, you know, like.
So,
So because there was like a financial collapse, I guess, in like the comic book market in the late 90s that coincided with like the superstar artists or the superstar artist mentality, you know, they don't want to see superstar art look the look of a guy drawing a little out there. I don't know, because it reminds them of the financial collapse. I don't know. Like, is that what he's saying?
maybe. I mean,
Is
there
that
had
what
to
you're
be a
saying?
happy medium, because the difference between me seeing Jim Lee drawing Wolverine coming at you versus Wolverine sitting in the shop for 18 panels a page and drinking a latte, like,
Yeah.
we gotta
And I
find a
mean,
balance.
to be honest, there were a lot of 90s comics that were like, you know, looking kind of weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd look at the issue and it's just people posing or punching, and the storyline
Yeah.
wouldn't get to another direction because they were still fighting and all this.
Yeah.
But I think in the 2000s, there might have been an overcorrection to where it became like a writer focused medium. They didn't even want to like talk about the artist. They'd be an artist that was more balanced, you know, like how it used to be like in the 80s. But then they'll put them on like some mini series or some whack book or something. I don't know. It was weird. Anyway.
Before I go on, I'm just gonna read
Yeah. Let's get to the
comments
chat.
here and there.
Yeah, sure.
Brina's in here. What's up? Hold on. I'm just gonna roll through these.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't think we would react this much, but go ahead. I mean, this is pretty good.
Yeah. And obviously we're not watching the entire video, y'all. I just want to react to that segment. It says, man who in their right mind is still trying to go up to an editor at a con and beg for a job in Marvel. I'd rather work as a delivery driver for Amazon with no bathroom breaks. Real quick facts, because you know Marvel might pay you $100 for a sketch and then throw it on the cover, like they did with that girl, the Spider-Man. Man. Joe Quesada lamed up Marvel too. Quesada's, I didn't know this, passed away from lung cancer, so he eliminated Nick Fury and Wolverine's cigar. Really?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like Dick Fury, you know, he was smoking. I mean, he's smoking forever, you know.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, somewhere in the 2000s, Joe Quesada said, "Oh, we got to stop people from smoking in comics." I think this was pre-Disney too, or it might have been during Disney. I can't remember, but it was like they said no smoking in comics. And I'm like, bruh, really?
Okay, for the sake of this being about Quesada's father, I'm a chill, but I personally wouldn't do that, because I mean, what is that? Okay, whatever. I'm moving on.
Yeah, she didn't kill anybody either, and these guys in the comments kill people too. And
yeah, exactly. Said we all crack jokes about Rob, but that trend followed the 90s. Sorry, but the trend that followed the 90s was bad for comics. The industry that used to have stylized art became a competition for who could draw the most realistic. Boring. Facts. I've been bored for years, y'all. Years. Killing me out here. Said the 2000s got boring. I blame it on comic message boards. I blame it on comic message boards promoting indie comics at coffee shops where frumpy people talk about their feelings. That and where are her organs, people?
Yeah, there's like a evolutionary, I guess, de-evolutionary, whatever. I don't know. There's like a through line between, like, I guess this era that I guess Rob's talking about to the where are your organs people, you know?
Yes.
It's like something happened, like there's like a progression to that, because it has to do with, I guess, commercial art styles that get people to lose their mind, like people who can't do that with their art.
Yes. Get
jealous or something of those that do. It's like it's like if like you have some pretty person and there's like a nerd or something saying like, why is this pretty person getting all the attention? I have 14 degrees. I have a PhD. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and they see this himbo or bimbo like getting a job because they look pretty and stuff like that, you know. Hey, you want to be the VP of this company, Sydney Sweeney? Like, sure, why not? I guess so, or something. She's not a bimbo, by the way.
Let's see here.
She's hot and she's pretty smart. In fact, Sydney Sweeney is like the smartest person in Hollywood.
Probably.
Because she's capitalizing on her beauty while everyone else was like kind of rejecting their beauty because that was in vogue for like many years to do so, you know, like I don't think about that or something. And she's like the only one saying, well, if nobody else is doing that, she'll do it.
Yeah.
And she's writing scripts and all this. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, or producing scripts. Right. I don't know why we talk about Sydney Sweeney, but it can only help the ratings of this channel. So.
Join me next time when I have a time lapse of Sydney. No, I'm kidding. Maybe. No. Said nice. Rob just said what I typed up a second ago. So we all agreed. None of us wanted boring art, but somehow that was the consensus that Marvel got. The upper management overlords are clueless. Yes, they are. Says looks at bagged X-Force #1 in size. And all those issues of Youngblood. Yeah, I was just talking about like the issue of X-Force 3 that I have. I was so... Y'all would not understand how hyped I was as a child.
Because I guess comics back then, because the editor-chief, I guess, that found him and all those superstar artists of the 90s was like a guy named Bob Harris. He was like the head of the X-Men editorial. He might have been head of the editorial of Marvel. I can't really tell. I forget. But I guess, I don't know. He just had a program which was just run like, well, if it's selling, we'll publish it or something. If the kids like this, we'll put it out, you know?
Yeah.
And maybe, you know, and he wasn't an artist. He was just like one of those editor guys, you know? Like he just be like, he look at Rob's work, he says, okay, I don't know, muscles, guns, whatever, hitting each other. I don't understand it, but, you know, kids like it, so let's the money's going that way, so let's let them rock or something. And but then I guess maybe you had, you know, Casada and people who were more, you know,
see, they're doing it wrong. They got
story focused. They were like had these, you know, but Robin still had an invitation to come back and draw for Marvel because he made money.
Yeah,
he was grandfathered in from the time of, you know, maybe he got the second, you know, what they call the second class citizen treatment after that, but he still was available to show up because he proved it before. But I guess any new person trying to draw like that couldn't get in. I don't know.
Right. Let me see here. Not so hot take. I just think the big two wanted their art to be more palatable for movie execs, so they could move easily. So they could more easily imagine their IPs on big screen, sell out cowardice type practices. Man, listen, I said that as soon as I started seeing it after a while. I'm like, are y'all trying to make like a storyboard for a movie?
There was a conscious effort, I think, to have the art drawn more realistically, hyper realistically, so that they could take it to a movie exec's office and say, and even they could see like, wow, this looks like a movie being played. Because, and I'm gonna say like even the Ultimates was like that, you know?
Yes.
Like all the panels were widescreen, like they were all the same for the most part. Not all of them, but
yeah,
for the most part, majority of the panels were like in this wide format, letterbox format. So every panel looks like a little mini movie screen or TV screen or something. And they were very comics back then were compressed. That meant like there was more story within like 24 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And we were now in the decompression era of comics where it'd be like the story wasn't rapidly told. So like a story in like the 90s and 80s and the 70s and whatever, for what would have taken one issue back then will now take 4 issues in the 2000s because they're trying to let the story out gradually like a movie,
right.
You know? So they're not like jumping from location to location. You can have to like do a scene like in a movie. And that makes it easier for the movie executives to read the whole graphic novel when it's collected and be like, okay, I see this as a movie. You know, they're drawing a movie. And he drew Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury, and that's what they eventually did in
For the
Disney.
movie. But
Yes.
what is funny though is some of the best MCU movies are more comic book like in look. Not necessarily the boredom era. Like you look at something like Winter Soldier. Like I could probably like pause something on there and make an exciting panel out of it. So it's like, why did you try to? Well, I know why. This is a rhetorical question. Hold on, let me get through a couple of these and I'll get back to the video. So with the toy-based IPs, you get the best of both worlds: merchandise and amazing shows. That is true because some of those toys I really wanted to buy. I was just mad that the moment like the toy doesn't sell as well, the show goes, and I'm like, yo, come back, bro. Like come back. Like I was into you.
Right. Like, what about the ratings of the show? Do you care about that? Like, they don't care. I don't know.
It was weird.
So, I mean, there were a lot of parental groups too that were trying to shut that down. Like, there was a lot of the, I don't know, busybody mom groups or something trying to like shut down because they thought they were too violent. Like, 'cause, I don't know, they had Transformers shooting people with laser guns and all this, and no one would die, so it was not a big deal. But they were like, "Oh, it's teaching kids bad things, so time to turn off the fun." And then the fun police came in and wrecked it or something.
Didn't you try to do that with not Transformers, Power Rangers too? I remember.
Yeah.
I remember Paris complaining about like Power Rangers, and Power Rangers beat them anyway because it's like got like 85,000 seasons.
But if you make your I don't know, you make your property look like a toy, it'll only help the toy people when they make it into a toy.
Also,
or something.
Even beyond that, like 90s, like the 80s didn't care. They'd be like, what? Yeah, RoboCop, the most violent movie of all time. Hey, you want to make a toy?
yeah. They had the Rambo cartoon.
Like,
they had that's a whole different story. Like they would take like these R-rated properties and then make the kid version of them.
Terminator. I'd be like, why is this a toy?
Toy for kids. Kids like robots, man.
But then it's funny because then you come to anime and be like, hey, yeah, you definitely shouldn't be watching this. You want to buy the model figure? Like, what?
I think the reason for that, why they made the kid version of things,
Mhm.
is just because, like, I guess it was a different generation. Like, the boomer was like, they grew up watching, they didn't have, the pre-rating system, or when rating system wasn't really that, it was like new.
Mm-hmm.
They would just see stuff with their family,
Yeah.
Like they would see the Western, they would see serious films with their mom and dad or something. Now the movies were getting too violent and all this, like Total Recall and whatever, like Rambo and.
There were no Total Recall toys, right?
No. I don't think so. No, there were Rambo toys though. There was, a RoboCop and Rambo.
Yeah, there was Rambo toy is insane.
They were gonna do Aliens toys, and then they canceled it. It was like kind of whack. But
I got some Sean lore for you
the
guys.
toys are dope, but it was yeah.
I had a Rambo costume. I dressed up as Rambo for Halloween, but I wish I could find it. The picture.
So you cosplaying as a white man?
Yes, I had the white man mask. Okay,
There
Rambo. You know what I'm saying? The Sylvester Stallone mask. Oh my, I was hyped. I'll get to be Rambo. This is back in the day before like people were so, race focused. Which was weird because we came right off of like the 80s. Like civil rights was like yesterday in the 80s. Like
they were trying it, in the 80s, and then I don't know, I think it was working too much, and then they decided, whoever programs America to try to break it apart for political juice. They called their PSYOP handler and made everybody act like they're Malcolm X or somebody. And
now you can't do nothing.
Even though Malcolm X changed and when he went to Mecca. Look, I'm not here to talk about politics.
Yeah.
But It seems politics is here to talk about us. It's in everything right now. It's
Yeah.
just kind of annoying.
All right,
But
let's continue.
with Big Rob.
Yeah, let's see what else we got to say.
A very and I'm going to tell you, you can some of these guys. You ask them. You know what? Ask some of these guys who were doing work in the 2000s the parameters and the restrictions that they were surrounded by, that were placed around them by their editors, by the publisher. There was definitely a desire, and we are kind of living in the aftermath of that. One guy in one of these groups said, I can sense how people moved away from the exaggerated anatomy. And I said, we got into a conversation online. I said, you're right when you use the word shame. There were shamers. And I've already mentioned some of them who were like, don't do that, don't do that. So, some of the most, there were a couple guys who were really into the exaggerated space who then went photo reference. Okay, that wasn't an accident. That's what they believed they had to do in order to get work, be gainfully employed.
So they were drawing. I mean, there's a rule of thumb for art. By the way, I have a problem with this personally, not with what he's saying. Hold on, sorry, sneeze. Oh, excuse me, sorry. All right, let me start it over. What he's saying about exaggeration is an issue that I have. I'm not exactly sure why I have it. Everybody who's seen my art know that it is stylized, but sometimes I feel like I'm being too formulaic. And I see now these younger artists on like Twitter and such, and they know all their anatomical rules, and they also know how to now break them in exciting ways. And I'm like, why can't I do that? I like it's like slow. It's like trying to pull teeth, trying to learn it. But I just thought it was interesting that he said that these guys were well versed in exaggerated styles, and now since the shift was going away, they automatically feel like they need to be more photorealistic just to get a job.
Right. Also, Joe Quesada was stylized in his artwork. He had his own style.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he was drawing like some photo reference, like heavily photo reference. I mean, I guess he was using it in certain instances, but he was kind of stylized himself.
Right.
But I think he's referring more to the era because Joe Quesada became the editor-in-chief, and a lot of the books that he did publish did have these artists that were like using a lot of photo reference, like in a big way.
Right.
Like Brian Hitch, who drew the Ultimates.
Mm-hmm.
It was hyper realistic. Like every shoelace on a shoe boot was drawn, and it was like in very realistic proportions. And J.G. Jones, like the top artists of that time, were like very. It was very it was photo referenced.
Right. I don't know.
Then I guess the 90s. I guess I don't know. Just saying. Not saying they look bad. I mean, J.G. Jones is a good artist.
Yeah.
And Brian Hitch is a good artist too. You know, it was just a shift, I guess. They just said that both couldn't coexist at the same time for some reason.
And I liked Brian Hitch's work. It's just
Brian Hitch, yeah.
I just was more drawn to.
It seemed like they were just like, that era is over, and even if that makes money, it can't exist anymore. That's what basically they're saying.
Yeah. The Shamers. Let's.
I guess he's talking about the Shamers. I don't know.
Let's continue.
So, yeah, it's just some crazy times. And what I see now is a hunger to go back to those big, splashy, dramatic, dynamic. Comic books is its own unique art form. We are not like movies. Things aren't moving. When you go to manga right now, to the really popular manga section that has 30 shelves for manga compared to 4 for American comics. It's actually more than that. I mean, it's more like 48 shelves compared to 12. I mean, we are we are talking about just insanity, just flat out insanity in regards to what the in regards to in regards to the exaggeration that manga is doing. Manga is giving us exaggeration. So with manga taking up all those shelves, when you crack open a manga, you are going to be looking at the exact same exaggerations that the 90s left behind.
And that's it, folks. Good night, everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Dang.
It's not like, we were saying that for like, mad years or something. I don't have anything to add to that. I did.
You said something, like you said that, and that's what's going on. I mean, it's always like kind of hard for people to hear. Like sometimes, like there's a thread right now by somebody else on Twitter who posted up a picture, right, of a comic book shelf, and he said, "Oh, look, it's all for manga," and there's only like one shelf for like American comics or whatever. Like multiple shelves for manga and like 2 for American comics or something. And people in the comics were like hoping and seething, like, "Oh man, shut up. America's better." Like the nationalistic pride, took over and started some kind of international USA, chants. So, but you could tell it always stings when somebody brings up the shelves, you know what I mean? But, it's what's happening. It's the truth.
Look, man, I always tell this story, but the moment I got exposed to, yes, this is stereotypical, Dragon Ball Z, and then later it was Akira, Ninja Scroll, Fist of the North Star, and the rest. And I saw it, and I was like, this is insane. It looks super cool, and it's doing things I haven't seen before. Now, this was the 90s. And comic books were doing stuff. I was still getting hyped by American comics, but I knew in the back of my head, once I had the inkling that they were going to get off the hype, I said, this is a problem. Japan is going to bury us. So this is when I was a kid. Or in my, late teens.
And I felt like American comics were always going to, I guess back in the day, were always going to correct itself. Like if there was some kind of issue, like because it was more customer focused or sales focused, and the sales being that, like from a guy walking into the comic book store and plunking down the money and picking up the comic, like they just cared about that. If you can get more of those guys buying the comic, then you're winning.
Right.
And there were people back in the 90s, the late 90s, like Joe Madureira, like Roger Cruz, like Salvador LaRocca and people like that were adopting a sort of manga influence.
They were supposed to be the bridge.
Right. Because that's what kids were into now. They were liking both. And they were like, well, we'll take some of that and put it into the superhero style that we have. And it was evolving a little every year. And then I don't know, like what happened. And then it was like it just turned into like all ultra realistic art dominated, like Tim Bradstreet and stuff like that, and Alex Maleev and things like that. Like they didn't want to see any of that cartoon stuff. Or there were cartoony artists. There was people like Mark Brooks or like Roger Cruz, but they were put on these mini series and one shots that kind of ends when like Aranya, the female Hispanic spider woman character, Spider Girl character,
who didn't blow up. By the way.
It's not gonna, it's designed not to blow up. It's like no one's gonna read about the Hispanic Spider Girl comic book that got no promotion. I mean, they try to promote it, but it's sort of like Roger Cruz, and you had like he was like he was drawing like Joe Mad. Like you should just put him on
Yes.
X-Men. And he was good. I mean, like, look, they can say he's a clone or whatever, but he was good. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Why
And
don't you
now
fools
he's
just
still good.
put
I
it in
saw him
so much
drawing an
work?
issue of Robin a few months ago. He's still good.
Oh, he's still
But
doing
it
this
was
thing.
sort of, yeah, he's still drawing comic books.
Okay.
But it's sort of like, and nowadays you have those guys, like you have who's the guy, Dan Mora and people like that,
Dan Moore is really good. Yeah.
who's good and stuff like that. But like, it seems like today, now I don't know what's going on. Now I feel like the problem has metastasized past what Rob's talking about, and is now on some other thing, like where you have these artists that are good, like Dan Mora and people like that, or anything that sort of resembles what's popular right now, like a Marvel Rivals-esque style or something.
Mm-hmm.
But they're put on these. How do you? They're bounced around. They'll do like a Venom mini series, 4 issues, and then they're doing some other 4-issue random thing, and then like they're not on like the main X-Men title, and they don't let them go on to do like 14 issues in a row or something. Like something that they can get a sustained dose of.
That's what I was just about to say. Like, why are they not on X-Men? Why are they? Well, I mean, I don't know how X-Men is being written anymore, but why are? Hold on, let me see what else he has to say. Cause
yeah, then we get back to the chat. I'm sure they want to.
Yeah,
we have some artists and budding writers in the chat that I want to weigh in on this, but I think we're almost done with the segment.
Okay,
I didn't want to do the whole thing.
No. I just want to.
But he's still going on.
Hear this point.
Yeah.
From short, squatty, ripped, incredibly, incredibly, muscular bodies to long, lean bodies, all manner of exaggerations, all manner of incredibly, funny. What do you call it? Expressions, really funny, exaggerated expressions. Nothing, no manga that I've seen is even remotely photorealistic. So the 90s are making a giant comeback, and I'm going to leave you with this. I'm going to wrap this whole baby up by sharing with you ways that I believe we are not leaving the 90s behind. I'm going to tell you beyond comic books. So I can tell you that these incredible visuals that were made by, I mean, so many incredible. I left out Larry Stroman, okay, who Wills Portacio, obviously one of the Image crew, but you just keep going. Frank Miller on Sin City was doing some of the biggest, boldest visuals of his entire career. It was an exciting time when pages were meant to just reach out, grab you, and pull you in. The creators and the arts in the 90s were, they were unafraid, they were undeterred, okay? They just wanted to kick your ass with the most exciting storytelling possible. And lots of times that did involve giant figures and faces. And, one of the guys, I've talked about it many times, the guy who started utilizing the big giant face, the big giant head, better than anybody I had seen was Mark Silvestri.
You know what's funny? He's talking about this. You know what I also think about besides manga? Those the the Hong Kong comics.
Yeah.
Like yo, this I gotta break this.
From
sorry, go ahead.
Those Hong Kong fight comics, like Andy Seto.
Yeah, like Andy Seto. Okay, y'all gotta look this person up. Okay, trust me. The story. There's a book called Saint Legend. The story ain't really all that, but
no.
Okay, at all.
Sorry,
but the spectacle. The spectacle, the big half faces, it's insane. Like, it's insane to look at. I mean, realistically, I would recommend manga more. Okay, they're telling better stories with exciting panels too. But those Hong Kong comics, man, the hype level is like so unreal that I wish that The stories were good. And by the way, I guess I'm only passing judgment on Saint Legend. I don't know if there are other Hong Kong comics that are better written. And there was also the SVC Chaos, Street Fighter versus
Thing is with
Capcom.
the '90s, though, I mean, I could tell like there were a lot of bad comics in the '90s. I mean, there was a lot of bad
Yeah,
comics, and and they ran along. Like, if you could achieve the style that he's talking about, like all this action and big head faces and and like muscles and fights and panels, like where arms and foreshortening is popping through the borders and all this stuff. And it's like, if it's done right with a good story, then it's memorable forever, right? We remember it forever. But if it's so overwhelming that it overpowers the story or makes it incomprehensible, unreadable, or just if they have a bad story mixed with that art, then it's like not enjoyable to read at all or something.
right.
But it's sort of like, do you want to live in a world where people can draw however they want and you get good or bad or great and bad,
Yes. Right, exactly. I know what you
rather live in some kind of clamped down, heavily editorial focused, under the microscope, you got a handler ready to, throw you off a building or something if you try to be hyped and all this. I mean, look at the comics the way they're drawn now. It's like they're afraid to like have any kind of like, they're so rigid, they're very rigid. And now I think broken a little bit out of that lately. Like they're starting to break out of the rigidity of like, I guess the last 5 years and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But for a while there, it was looking pretty dire.
You know what it's like also? It's like action movies. Like, nowadays they want like, proper told properly told action rigid action movies. And there are some recent action movies I like. The John Wick series is cool. I really love The Raid and anything that Gareth Evans, excuse me. Yeah, anything that Gareth Evans works on. But when there were like more guys like that back in the day, and sometimes you get an action movie that's just like, what am I watching this crap? And sometimes you get a gem. Just let it flow, and then you just, sometimes you might be watching garbage, and sometimes you might be watching gold.
Yeah, because back in the day, they were like, look, do you know martial arts for real? Yes. It's like, can you act? Kinda. And they're like, all right, well, we're gonna put a movie. You're gonna be in a movie anyway, okay? Right. And you're gonna learn on the job how to be an actor. And they're like, cool. And then you had your Steven Seagals, you had Van Dammes, and they made some great movies. They made some bad movies, but the ones that were great, like Bloodsport and Hard Target and things like that, you remember for the rest of your life as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Nowadays, if you know martial arts, they don't put you in a movie. Like, they're not gonna let you be in they'll have an actor and you train that dude how to dance fight, and then he'll be in a movie or something. And usually those, sometimes they turn out good, like like you said, like John Wick stuff, but other times it's just like, you're only bound to the limitations of what the actor could do, Meanwhile, that guy from The Raid can do everything,
And it's not like there's a short. I know this is on a movie tangent at the moment. I'll get back to comics. It's not like there's a shortage of these people. I could find like 30 martial artists just doing YouTube reels for fun right now.
They're like photogenic people, like they act in the shorts that they make on YouTube during their stunt reel, like some dude stole the guy's money from the hot dog cart and now he has to fight him. There's a little dialogue in there. Like, they're showing some, they're not saying the dialogue that's stilted, they're good. They're good enough.
Right.
But I think like they don't want to be embarrassed,
Okay. Yo, didn't we have a whole short called Logan the Wolf? Where's the team working on? Where are they?
But it's like in comics, they don't want to be embarrassed. Like, they don't want it, like, even like Spawn, he had like these guys that were more akin to, like, Brett Booth is now drawing Spawn, which is good.
Yeah.
Because he had that 90s style. and he could tell stories. But I don't know. Anyway, I don't know why I got into that tangent.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I
is it
think
over?
I
I think he's about wrapped up, right?
let me check, and then I'll mouth off on something real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, we'll go to chat.
Like whether it was on the Darkness or Cyberforce, and I'm like, wow, he's really pushing the giant head. This last year, I did Deadpool team up. I was determined to do the biggest giant face I'd ever done in a comic, and I did it with a double page close up of the Hulk that's about cropped right here, and so the staples are right here. It's a big giant green face yelling at you that I thought was really going to do the trick. It's the one that spread got more notice from people who I interact with on live streams, when I'm doing my whatnots or my eBays, or on X, or on the Facebook groups, or on Instagram. It was the one that got the most. I think people just, the bigness, the largesse of it just blew people away. We have gotten away from that because the stories that are created are not created with that representing the most value. And what you as the artist have to do is you have to take over. You have to create the renaissance that we're all waiting for. You have to take power into your own hands. Here's why I know that the 90s are roaring all the way back, and we haven't shaken them even by a little. So forever in the horror realm, in the horror slasher thriller realm, it's Michael Myers, it's Freddy from Friday the 13th, and it's Jason. It's Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street, and it's Jason from Friday the 13th.
I think he's getting some movies.
It was their world. Michael Myers.
I think he's about to make a correlation about how they're like immortalized or something. Probably.
Okay.
Let me see.
Mask, Jason, his hockey mask, and then Freddy, his all of Freddy's different, his claw, his burned face, his hat, his sweater. They had come to represent the very best, the most iconic of the most iconic of the horror thriller icons. Except a couple years back, they decided to, after distancing themselves from one sequel, took about another decade, maybe 8 years, but they made Scream. Scream is a 90s franchise. Scream is a product of the 90s that blew up and had immediate follow-ups, did huge box office, and then was left behind, and was seen as kind of a 90s indulgence. Well, suddenly the Jen Ortega Scream movies take off, they blow up, then she leaves, and they recast everybody, and then that one does really well. And now they're making either a third or they're making a fourth. A Scream is suddenly a giant franchise today, a 90s franchise. Let's not stop there. Let's go to I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Well, this is like nostalgia.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a nostalgia thing. And maybe there's a correlation there, because I think like people maybe want the return to like 90s thriller when things were more efficient and compact and fun, and
Right.
I don't know. They want to return to a vibe that wasn't so, I don't know, politically charged, boring, trauma, like whatever, like based horror. Just remember the good days of the 90s and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. I would sure.
Now, so
can see that.
he charged all the new artists. Any artists in the chat or anybody who's going to watch this. By the way, if you could, if y'all watching, just leave a like on the video if you please. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. We're not leaving right now, but if you just want to say what's up.
Yeah, thank you for all the comments. We're gonna get to your comments in a second. But yeah, I mean, I guess across the mediums, this is comics, movies, and video games, which is what we mostly talk about on this channel. They have all faced the same level of boredom, and somewhere, somehow, somebody is trying to not be that boring. Sometimes it doesn't always work. Hence, I'm making a video on this, Doom the Dark Ages, which apparently, that was just supposed to be pure in your face, you know, blitz action. That for some reason didn't take off because Xbox Game Pass. But you'll have that, or you'll have a more direct correlation of last year where you got like let's play it safe, and then they make I don't know, Dustmore, Concord Unknown 9, and then on the other
But that,
hand they're making Stellar Blade,
yes,
Black Myth Wukong, stuff like that. Uh, but
but there's also another thing missing, I guess, in comics
mm,
is aggression, rage.
yes,
You know, that's missing in comics too. I mean, I guess that's why Absolute Batman is selling, because it's just Batman hitting people and like you know what I mean? Like he's angry, he's like punching criminals till they're a pile of dust or something, and it's kind of got that 90s. I guess it's like in a more I don't know what you call that, like some kind of satirical thing or something. I don't know, like what you call
it's I was talking with Dan the other day, and I said this especially in relation to, by the way, I mean no salt with what I'm about to say, because I understand why it happened, and I'm going to be saying the same in my upcoming video, where people were saying like they didn't want to buy Doom because the $70 thing. I understand that because people got groceries. But then people started comparing it to Expedition 33. And I heard that was a great game, and I might play it one day, but it's not on my priority list because the thing that's on my priority list is rage. I don't I just like I need. It's not that I'm an angry person. It's just you know what I'm saying. And,
Well, the 90s was like, I mean, you gotta think about, he's talking about the 90s and 90s, it wasn't just like, Scream movies and things like that. It was like, and I'm sure he mentioned it in the other part of the video.
mhm.
It was a time of Die Hard and,
Yes,
Bad Boys and, Steven Seagal movies and, Schwarzenegger and Stallone and Van Damme and the Demolition Man and all these
wall to wall
people,
Con Air,
Con Air and all this big blockbuster. It
Face
was funny
Off.
because yeah, Face Off. It was like, and it was like the pinnacle of that era because it was sort of like 80s movies. Now even real actors and big budgets wanted to make those, because back in the 80s it was like, you had your Rambos, but you had a lot of Death Wishes and a lot of lower budget, high body count action movies back then. But by the 90s everybody wanted to be in that business.
Yeah.
So you had John Travolta and Nicolas Cage were in Face Off, whatever, $150 million budget. Like back then that's more like a $300 million budget action movie where they just blow up. And it was like dude time. It was like the No Rules Party House, frat
Right.
guy, just karate, there's a dumb interest of like men, like, unapologetically, like, machine guns, nunchucks, karate kicks. If this was in your movie, then they're going to produce it.
Yeah.
And in the video store, you'd have all these B movie guys just making these movies every day. Like you have like Gary Daniels. These are like martial artists you don't know about, like Gary Daniels,
Yep.
Olivier Gruner, Don the Dragon Wilson. Every week they'd make a movie, like somehow, and it'd be in the video store, and they're blowing stuff up all the time. So you're a dude who's into action, karate, revenge films, cop movies, people getting blown up and whatever it is. The 90s was your time, okay? Yeah. There was an abundance of this stuff. Nowadays, it's like the budgets are lower. They don't make those movies as much. It's kind of shamed, as he talks about. It's shamed away as like stupid and
but
a dinosaur, like we call it, like what they call Neanderthal thing, and dudes got to relax and chill and start watching, I don't know, the Jennifer Hudson show or something, or how to mellow it out and bake a cake or something. So maybe this affected the arts as well. We don't live in that time where it's just like a bunch of dudes hitting each other pretending they're Tommy from the Power Rangers or something. We live in a time where they're told to chill out. That's why a lot of people watching anime and stuff, because it's all like dudes doing fights and all this.
Yeah, because they're still in there. And if you want to wait for something live action, I gotta wait. I gotta wait on one man to do so. I gotta wait on Gareth Evans, who's still knocking everything out of the park. I'll be like, okay, when's Havoc coming out? Okay, that's finished. When's his next thing? And I'm like, bro,
it's not action oriented. It's not pulp oriented. It's more like back then in the 90s, it was like X-Force and like X-Men were like these paramilitary teams kicking butt and taking names. And then in nowadays, up until recently, they had their own country and they were trying to be these pseudo politicians, like in this island Cocoa or something. They were like, oh Lord, trying to think about the ethical ways to handle crime in their new island or something. And it's just like, bro, this is a far cry from, the Berserker Barrage. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
no, it's a different time. It's a different time, definitely.
Side
note, maybe people want to return back to the old days.
I do. Side note: Can NetEase end this Krakoa season? I do not care about.
Now it's even into the NetEase.
I don't like. Wrap it up, B.
Bro. It's a virus, bro. It's a virus.
Wrap it up.
Seeping in. They found out people were getting too hyped off of Marvel Rivals, so they had to inject the Krakoa virus into it.
I don't care about this joint at all. I don't keep wrap this season
and
up.
Even 90s anime was more aggressive than today's anime. It was just a different time, bro. Yeah. So let's see if people agree in the comments.
I guess in summary, before I get to the comments.
Sure.
In summary, Rob basically confirmed through his stories that, we allege is true. Everything that we've been saying for years, and so many others been saying for years.
Right.
And I really have nothing to add to that, because it was all true. And I guess, as he says, if you are a writer, actor, artist, game maker, just do it yourself and put it out. I mean, I've seen people doing a lot of indie games right now, which that's good. I mean, that's hard to do because it's a game. People, I don't know about the movies. I know people are trying to do a lot of reels and clips. I hope they do a lot more of Logan the Wolf type shorts, maybe 20-minute films or something. And on the art side, I mean, we're trying. Like I said, I'm gonna try to be a little more wild out. I know I've hit that block where I know that I have to learn more, but the more that I have to learn is not necessarily the basics. It's how to break my style, and it's so difficult. And I will do it eventually. To be honest, I might do a live on it eventually. It's gonna be tough because, oh boy.
A lot of artists follow trends too, because a lot of people were drawing this bombastic styles in the 90s because that's what everybody else was doing. And then when less people were doing in the 2000s, the people that were doing that style changed their art style.
Yes.
Like Rob said that, and it was true. They're doing it to get work, but I also think it's just because they couldn't, learn from each other. Because how are you going to be the only person doing hype art when everyone around you is not? It's like you're just going to lose the mojo and start copying whatever's around you if you want to. I don't know. You know what I mean? You want to keep working. Like Carl Pacheco and Salvador Roca, I kind of like their art styles before they started to get a little too realistic,
right? Or
too involved with, I guess, the coloring and all this. I kind of liked it when it was closer to the 90s and farther away from it, but I still like their art though. But it was just it kind of things that kind of less stylized in a cool way. I don't know how to explain it. There's the cool factor or something, and it has to do with faces, how you draw faces and how you and action scenes. This is maybe there's a 10. You could write on a list what makes something cool rather than, because you can have a good drawing and you look at it and say this is a good drawing, but it's not. There's a difference between this is a good drawing versus a drawing that make you go, oh my god, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's just there's a difference between this and that, right? And
so I agree. Well, to your first point, what you said, which I experienced, this is why I was so grumpy when all of this stuff was going on, because I was like, nobody's being hyped. Now, obviously, Japan and Eastern countries they stayed hyped, but you know you got to hunt for that, especially when less manga was coming out. And I was expecting my land of the United States of America to keep the hype flowing, and they didn't. And I felt like I'm not getting. I don't feel the hype aura. I don't feel the reference around me. So I'm starting to feel not secure right now.
Yes.
You know,
I feel ashamed.
yes.
And I have to leave and go to the East or something. I have to. They got people here now, these young kids who are drawing like anime and exaggerated things and cool stuff that are Americans here that are trying to get a job with NetEase. Because they know if they take their portfolio to like, I don't know, America Land or something, they're gonna be shamed into, I don't know, drawing like, I don't know, AAA slop or, you know, some I don't know, Tumblr disaster. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, so they're like, yo, I want to draw like Jujutsu Kaisen. They're like, well, you better go to Japan because you come here, I'm gonna make your thing looking. Have you drawn the beanhead or the piano key teeth or whatever the art style is in the Tumblr era? You want to draw like you want to draw that hype stuff that like young dudes are into? Forget it, bro. Like you better go to the East. That's the vibe that America's giving off right now. America seems to be like some kind of weird, like I'm educational vibe or something.
While being one of the most uneducated countries of all time, I'm
exactly.
Sure. Like,
you know, they just want the vibe of being.
They want to feel smart and look smart without actually being smart, which is
or fun, you know, at all. Like they want to wear the ascot and they want to like drink the, you know, the Chardonnay and have a library of books behind them and stuff. Except if you investigate what they're really about, they're not that smart. It's not that intelligent. It's not that fun. It's lame. It's boring. Everybody. There's like, they gaslight you. They say that even though there's like 30 manga shelves and 2 American shelves, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Somehow, and that's not real. Your physical visit to Barnes & Noble wasn't real. They can edit your reality on the internet. It's not true. It did happen to you.
I don't know.
Anyway.
And I had another point to make, but I forgot what it was. My bad. It was something else that you said that was a good point. But yeah.
I don't know. They don't want to be cool. They don't want to be hip. They don't want to go. Like,
oh yes, the cool factor. The cool factor is a very biased thing.
Yeah, it's biased.
Like,
and it makes people upset.
Yes,
because nobody want to be known that they ain't cool.
Like I don't like if
I can't prove it objectively.
It's an opinion. So I can't state it as a fact because then it's like I don't know, we get canceled or something. But like.
And the opinion used to be backed up by the sales. Like Jim Lee was cool, and Jim Lee sold 9 million copies of X-Men. I don't know, so it's like, yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he proved it or something.
It's the difference between like that is a very great structured piece of art, or seeing something be like, yo, that is hot, bro. Like,
it evokes a dumbing of your brain.
Yeah, I need like when you see the art, like you need the brain to melt a little bit.
Yeah, that's how you know you're getting the genuine reaction from your art. Like, I guess if the brain melt, that's when that's the one you really want.
Right.
The one where like that's a fine piece of artwork you got there. Good anatomy structure. That's like you can take it and that's cool. Like take that, please, because a lot of people can't draw for crap. They're not cool and they can't do anatomy. But I think deep down, all the artists really want is the one where the dude is drooling over what you just did. They're like, gah. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a crude example is like when a dude is like, he sees a lady and he's like, oh, that's a proper looking lady. And then they throw in like, I don't know who's hot nowadays, whatever they throw on, whatever, like top, I don't know. They don't have Maxim magazine anymore anyway. What's going on with the society? Whatever, like the top woman of the internet or something, and then the guy goes ga. You know what I'm saying? You can't even articulate the words.
Right.
I think then they give them the money. I don't know, whatever. I don't know. I was going with a point. I think I forgot it.
It's just you
They want the lizard brain reaction. Like people, that's the one that's
because the lizard brain reaction. What you say lizard brain?
It's similar to the art. That's what I was gonna say. That reaction is kind of like similar to the art. It's like you look at like Solo Leveling and people just like drool, like what the yo, that's hype, blah. They didn't even say like words, bro. aura. He's got the aura. It's like they can't articulate why they
Yeah.
like shit. It's just like, it's like it's not even a word.
It's like when
That's
I was
when you know
watching.
something's too cool.
Right. It's like when I was watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and I'm just like, especially like the fight between like Sukuna and Maharaga, and I'm just like, what? Like, I couldn't even articulate like what I was watching. I'm like, this is freaking crazy. Like, I'm like, I can't even, like,
You know, at Japan, it just they'll just make that stuff all day because it makes money and it's cool, and they're actually like, I don't know, intelligently making this stuff that the stories don't land in a ditch and get
Right.
boring. You know, they know that you need one and the other. You know, I don't know. Anyway,
that's the scary thing about I'll go to
in
this
America,
topic.
they don't want to look too stupid. They're afraid to like look dumb.
The scary thing
And they're
about
not-
like when they make it in the East too is America doesn't want to look dumb, but like you look. I'm not saying all the time, but most of the time it seems like when they make stuff in Japan or any place in the East, it's like done. It's like, yeah, this is hype, but it's like hype with like a scientific purpose or something. I'm like, yo, what is this? Like, this is evil or something. Like,
They know that their demo wants, and here we're about defying the expectations of what people want.
oh man,
You know, they have this quote here, and I think even Rob's heard the quote, which is I don't maybe he has a different interpretation of the quote, but there's a quote saying like, "Don't give the audience what they want, give them what they need." It's like some Alan Moore quote or something. He probably quoted from somebody else. Don't give the audience what they want, give them what they need. They don't know what they want. If they knew, they'd be the artist or something. But I don't know about that quote. I feel like it doesn't fill in a lot of blanks. You know what I mean? It's not like the audience knows what they want. They want to be entertained.
yes,
And any move you make with the storyline or your artwork should be to entertain, or else they're not going to buy it. That's in the commercial arts. Now, if you're making art, that's a different story. Like you want to be in a museum, or you want to like, you know, rent out the storefront or something and paint like on the wall or something. That's a different thing. But if you're making like commercial art about superheroes and fights and powers and ninjas or whatever you're doing, then people want to be entertained.
yeah,
You know, and in the storyline, it's not about like the audience wants Wolverine to be the man all the time, but if you do that, there'll be no storyline because you can't be the man all the time. It's like they have like a low like opinion of their own readership.
yeah.
Like in Star Wars, they think like they're profound by killing Luke Skywalker. They thought that was like a cool move because like the audience wanted him to do stuff and he didn't, and that makes it better. But that's stupid because after they killed him, there was no entertainment left because we wanted to see what he would do, and then he did nothing. He did barely nothing.
But you saying they thought that was deep?
Yeah, they thought it was deep, and it would lead to like I don't know, better storylines. They just think like it's deeper and the audience would hate it, therefore it's better. Because it's not what they want, it's what they need. They need to see him die to prove some point about like old people need to leave for young people to take over. Except it wasn't entertaining, so it didn't matter.
They want to subvert expectations, yo.
Yes. But that whole stuff, that whole thing is stupid. Like the whole thing is supposed to be, when do you kill a well, now we're getting off into who are writing and whether you kill characters. And I would say you can kill a character all you want. You can kill an important character if you want. But I think the rule should be that if it only leads to more entertaining stories.
Yes.
If it doesn't, then don't do it.
Right. Agreed.
You know, like you know, there's been like shock character deaths. Like a Game of Thrones, but like the surviving characters were still able to carry on entertaining stories. Killing off Joel and Ellie and people like that not going to lead to entertaining stories.
No. Which, by the way, people are I guess the viewership for the show is dumbing down, and I actually don't understand that because I was like, I thought everybody knew the plot line of this thing already.
Nah, I don't think normies playing video games as much as people like to think that they are. Like, I don't think like America is all, you know, gaming all day. They're the people who just watch TV shows that don't have time to like play games. They just like to watch TV shows.
So they just didn't see it coming. They were just like, what? And I was like,
They're just watching the show. They don't, you know. And then they thought like this is a show starring Pedro Pascal and he's the star and that's how it's gonna be. And I tune in to see my favorite characters or whatever they think, and then they got the whammy or something. And you notice the one time they became faithful to the source materials when it sucks.
Yeah. I heard well, let me get into the comments. I'll get it. I heard something.
Yeah. Please get into comments.
Yeah.
Please get into comments.
How far up? Oh no, wait. That far up. I was going to Master Panda here says, could you imagine Stan Lee telling Jack Kirby to draw more realistic? Hey, John Bishop, can you make Sue Storm look less attractive and Reed Richards look less stoic because my realism? Ooh, hold on. I shouldn't do this. Somebody posted a panel the other day of Sue Storm on Twitter. And I went into somebody just posted up, like the artist wasn't, I don't even know who drew it. And I looked at it and people were just like bashing it. And I looked at it, I was like, I don't know if I could comment on this, because if I comment on this as an artist, I don't know if this is.
Well, I guess with like there was a lot of back. It's funny because you mentioned Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. You know, Stan Lee, you know, invented, or what was eventually invented, was the Marvel method of creating comic books, which was they used to type out full scripts. Like Stan Lee would type out a full script, or his writers would type out full scripts. Then they found out it was easier and faster to get it done is if they just wrote down like a plot outline and then gave it to the artist, and then he drew the comic book as, you know, to how he sees fits, you know, like how he wanted to, which gave him like total control over the comic book. So then he can experiment, and basically the comic book was on the artist's shoulders, you know?
Yeah.
And his sales were directly connected to how well the book was doing. So he had more of an authorship over the book. I think eventually people got mad because I think they weren't getting credit, like they weren't getting paid. And sometimes the Marvel method got kind of sloppy, in which like they weren't even writing down the plot to give to the artist anymore. They were basically let the writer wouldn't have an idea, like Stan wouldn't have an idea, and then like Steve Ditko would be like, well, you tell me what you want to happen, and then draw it up. So basically he wrote it, but he can't get credit as a writer. So some of that stuff happened, and so there's a lot of some controversy with it.
Yeah.
And I think like by the 90s, the Marvel method was still around and it was making them money, but there was like, especially with the Image 7, they weren't getting a lot of they wanted more money and more royalties, and they got some royalties, but they wanted like credit, and there were issues with that.
Yeah.
So I think that's also why in the 2000s they wanted to go to full scripts where the writer has more control, so that they know who created what, and you know, the artist doesn't feel like they have to do more than what they're told to do, so that they start getting angry, you know, and feel a burden that the whole book rests on their shoulders, because now they're kind of co-plotting it and they're drawing it to the degree that it all rests on them and stuff like that.
Right.
Because while they're getting the hype, they're also getting the pressure. And when the pressure builds, they start blaming the parent company. So, you know, not to take the side of a corporation, but I'm just trying to think about it from their perspective, and if they have a perspective like that.
Let me see. Wait, I gotta see. Where was I? Sorry, give me a second. Is that? Oh, we never got MCU Ultimate Hulk viciously murdering Freddie Prinze Jr.
Yeah, they put Freddie Prinze Jr. I think like that was like the comic that they wanted to take to the studios and say, let's make a Marvel movie that looks like this. Eventually they did not make that movie specifically, but I think they did borrow some things from that. Like, I think like Captain America's costume looked more practical, and that kind of was adopted in the regular Captain America outfit. And of course, Nick Fury was Samuel Jackson. That was a Millar idea, so that Samuel Jackson could see like, oh, I'm in a comic book. Oh, cool, I'm doing this. Can I do? I'll be in a movie, like that. He tried to do it. He did it with Wanted. He had Eminem and Halle Berry as the main characters, and then when they finally made the movie, it was Angelina Jolie and that other dude. I forgot his name. The other actor, I forgot. He's a good actor though.
Right.
He played Professor X in the X-Men movies.
Let me see here. It says not long ago, 4 art nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed until the Fun Police. It was Neo J that said that.
The Fun Police. They came and they took the fun away.
Yeah,
for sure.
Unfortunately, it says here, John Snowden says, yeah, but remember, the Japanese manga and anime market has always been kind of psychotic. Akira action figures would have smashed. Do they have figures?
And they've had, let's see, models and things like that, and statues and things. I'm sure they have figures.
I gotta double check one.
Probably have everything.
I'm sure.
What else we got?
Let me see. It said LOL Sean as Kid Rambo. Yeah, that was me, Rambo. I was a Caucasian male. Okay.
Italian man, the Italian stallion. That's Rocky. You were the one-man army, Rambo.
That was me. I had the mask. Yo, if I could find that picture, I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in community tab. It's so old. I think I have to go to like my sister's house to actually like to find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Concerned Mom trend was garbage too. They compromised the Batman and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movies, complaining about violence, so they could get their 15 minutes of fame on daytime talk shows. I don't even know, like, talking about violence. Like, it's funny because kids watching anime now. That's way more violent than anything back then.
They never let our art evolve, like our commercial artists, our art evolve, like the cartoons and the comics. They come for that.
Yeah.
Anything hype, anything fun, everything battle oriented, they just like come down like these weird vultures and start picking it clean till there's nothing left, and they just ruin it. They just want to safeguard it. They come in and lock it up.
It was
like, and it even, they came after the horror comics and the comic books in the 50s. They locked that down, give us the comic code.
Yeah.
Then they came after our 80s cartoons. They had those mom groups and all this, and they're like, and that's when we had our first taste of anime, because they outsourced the animation to Japanese studios like Transformers, and Voltron was an anime we adapted, and they changed the names and stuff.
Right.
I mean, we dubbed it and changed some of the violent stuff, but it was anime basically. And then they said it was too violent, and they said the Smurfs were okay, and
shut it down.
He-Man was making people too violent. And by the 90s, they wrapped it all up. Like I don't know, they wanted educational cartoons,
right,
and shows. It was ridiculous.
Let me see here. So everyone I knew had the Akira bike toy. I think Todd McFarlane released. It would be him. I do remember he was designing something. Akira went hard. It definitely did, Neo J. Brina says, I feel like rule breaking is hard because you want to get good at the basics. Yeah, and it's like, as an artist, you feel like you're never done with the basics. So one day I'm just going to have to just arbitrarily just break the rules.
It's kind of funny because like Rob, his art style will go wild at times. Like, the anatomy wouldn't hold, but he sacrificed it for more action and hype.
Yes.
And the comic books were drawn like in a month. So it was like, he's just doing what, and he made money. And I think like a lot of people resented that he made money. Meanwhile, it was like I think the artists that were less risk taking, I should say,
Right.
but were like, I guess, more accomplished draftsmen. They should have tried to figure out what is what can I do to make my art more exciting. If they cared about those big sales, they'd figure out what's the component that they're missing that could get them crazy sales too. And it should be easier if you're a person who has the basics down and the anatomical correctness and the storytelling chops to just make that one tweak that takes you from a solid citizen to like a superstar glamour idol of millions, right? Unless you're stubborn and don't want to look to someone who you think is more ridiculous. I don't know, from your point of view. You know what I mean? It's like you probably have a guy who's like playing in a Brooklyn cafe. He knows how to play the guitar like a perfect angel and all this and
Yeah.
sing. And he's proper, and he writes songs, but then he looks at some person who's like, I don't know, sold a zillion albums, who's popular, and just can't make that tweak, doesn't want to learn from somebody who feels is beneath them
Right.
to get that one thing that makes them a superstar. It's a mentality. It happens. It happens in a lot of fields. Do you feel that way? You know what I'm talking about? Or am I just rambling about nonsense?
Break the mentality. It's difficult. I don't know.
It's like, why was Joe Quesada mad at Todd, allegedly? I don't know if you know.
He didn't like his style, like, or he didn't like that whole deal with Ash. I don't know.
Well, he's saying it was personal. Maybe he thought it was a personal thing because he wanted to join Image. Maybe, I don't know. They didn't let him be a partner or something. I don't know. I heard like something about that. But anyway,
by the way, sorry, I was here looking for this art piece started controversy the other day. I didn't say anything about it. I just like left it alone. It was this. Said I made a mistake. I'm looking at a modern Marvel comic and the female form is still Lee. That's Sue Storm. Oh, sorry. That's like it's the way it's cropped on my page. I don't know who this artist is, but
what's the deal with this?
The the chest area. That's the difference.
Oh, like it's matted down. Like
Yeah.
it looks like it's go out to
It was like Abby. You know what I'm saying? From Last of Us. Just
right, because they're trying to not, what they call it, the Gooner bait or something like
Yes.
that. And that's like the American way.
I don't
or
even
something.
think this artist is a bad artist.
No.
I just feel
Like,
like
they're-
remember when Rob was talking about like people were fixing themselves.
Yeah, they're fixing themselves. They're shamed and they're named and shamed, and then meanwhile, like in Japan, they're drawing. They're not tampered down, to put it lightly, right? They do whatever they want.
Right.
They're drawing G cups or something,
I'm like
double Z's. They're like so unrestrained, and we're super restrained.
Yeah.
We are like, I don't know, puritanized up, and they are like pure heathenized up, and
People
or they have a range. They have a range.
Yeah, yeah, they do have a range.
They have a range, and then in the mainstream, I guess, comic world, they got to do with the leash, tell them not to get crazy, and tell them not to get anatomically correct too. It's weird.
Says, look, Master Panda says, look, guys, we need you to draw women uglier and dudes less jacked and make everything look boring. The 11, 12, and 13-year-olds who collect comics are going to love it. And that's why they went to manga, as per your last point. They left. Like, how were they supposed to say? How were they supposed to say, bro?
Yeah, it's like the teenage mind is a phase, is like very particular, and it's a huge market, and Japan doesn't, they don't forsake that market.
Right.
In America, it's like in the American comic scene, it's like all they do is talk about like kids comics, like Dog Man, or some mature, audience, artsy fartsy thing or something, or like being not exaggerated. It's like either you're gonna be 4 or 40.
I don't get it. Hold on. Wow. This is up to motivate ourselves and have Laura up on the screen. Give me a second.
John Snowden says all the early Wildstorm was like that, just bananas. Remember Brass by Joe Bennett?
I'm not familiar with Brass, actually.
You know what's interesting about Wildstorm? It's like the early Wildcats comics were drawn by Jim Lee, and they were like drawn like probably the craziest art you ever seen in your life.
Mm.
And the stories by like Brandon Choi, I guess like weren't going anywhere. They were like too complicated, and like it's a lot of. But then when they finally hired like I guess was it James Robinson and people like that, and like Joe Casey and stuff, then it was kind of disappointing to see that Jim Lee didn't draw it anymore.
Right.
I wanted to see what it looked like drawing the James Robinson script of Wildstorm. It would have been interesting to see Mark Silvestri work with a writer in the early Image days.
Yeah.
He eventually did when he did Top Cow. He was still, I guess, he left Image and became part of Image again. It was kind of like a weird thing to talk about, but anyway, Mark Silvestri did work with Garth Ennis to do Darkness, and I thought that was perfect. I felt like that was the model that these indie guys who left Marvel should follow. Like you can still do your bombastic artwork and just get like a writer that lets you go off. That would have been a good move. Like let's not. But I guess there wasn't enough of that going on at the right time, and it all collapsed when the market collapsed, and then it became the non-fun zone.
The no fun zone. That's
the no fun zone.
We not having fun.
Like you had people like J. Scott Campbell and Gen 13, and you had like Michael Turner and Witchblade, and the stories are starting to cohesify and
they were some of the last of the fun,
Yeah, then when the market the market kind of collapsed, and they were like a little post that, but it was still in that like problem zone. And Joe Quesada, to his credit, he did shore up the sales, because what he did is he got the indie guys to draw like the big books. They were like a name in indie world, and they were doing mainstream books, and that wasn't really seen. Like Frank Wiley was doing The Authority, which is not like really an indie book, but it's like very violent and over the top and crazy. And then he did X-Men, and his artwork wasn't typically seen as doing that.
Right.
So he got like attention on these books. You know what I mean? He had John Romita Jr. doing Spider-Man with J. Michael Straczynski, and he had like writers from Hollywood come in and write some of these comic books.
Keyword Hollywood.
Yes. Keyword.
But I tell you, be a movie.
But I tell you this, J. Michael Straczynski as a writer, I take that over like maybe a generic like Top Cow writer, I guess. Like, I would say that. So then it's like I'll guess I'll see that. I like Top Cow's ideas though. I like Magdalena. I like Darkness.
Yo, anybody ever played the Darkness video game? Game was pretty
cool. But I heard it was good.
Yeah, it was really good. I didn't play part 2. I heard part 2 was good too, but I wonder if that's on Steam. I'll check. Says John Stone says manga has won the battle. Wrap it up, B. Facts. What was that month? Like 2 years ago or a year ago? Yeah. Demon Slayer beat the entirety of like the American comic book industry in for a month.
Right now, there's more material for a young person to draw from manga, because there's so many manga available in America. It's like he said, there's like 40 whatever like shelves of manga compared to like what the 2 from America. So when there's a young person who wants to know how to draw, he's just gonna have more reference material to copy from manga, like to learn the style and whatnot.
Yeah.
And there's probably gonna be more YouTube videos on people how to draw like manga than they are going to draw like an American. They're gonna have to just I don't know if there's an American style because like everyone else didn't develop.
Probably gonna fizzle out.
I don't know. Like it's weird because America's more like do your own thing, and then I'll constrain you from what you do. Like it's kind of
So weird.
versus Japan, where it's just more like if it sells, we'll make it happen. Like it's just
Shonen Jump be like, yeah, put it out. Put it out, B. Put it out. Matt Spanish says, come on, Rob. Don't you know we want Major Motoko Kusanagi to be out of shape with a gut and a receding hairline and an underbite? I want Goku to look like me when I look in the mirror, Rob. My realism. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? You got to make characters look like Concord. You got to make Amari.
Yeah.
Just make a loudmouth, I don't know, old, angry church woman or something. I don't know. Very typical.
The funny part is like how come like so I guess like people who are jacked and know karate can't see themselves like in comic books anymore.
Nah.
Like, they can't read it.
Because
They're not represented.
they have pretty privilege. Is that what they call
The
it?
the pretty are not represented in American comics. Like I thought it was supposed to represent everybody, and I guess
I don't know. That I don't think like not to get sexist, but I don't think like well, sorry. I gotta reverse that statement. I don't think most men care about that crap. Maybe these new school dudes.
I don't know. They seem to not know where the demos are. It seems like in Japan, with like a hardcore scientific outlook, they know who the demos are for whatever book they're trying to make. They know that young people, they shonen and seinen, and they got all the words for like it's a young man who's into action.
Right.
This is for an older person. This is for a young person. This is for this is for girls. This is for this. Meanwhile, here it's like it's for everybody, man.
Actually, I gotta correct my statement. I'm not going to separate it by men and women. I'm gonna separate it by nationality, because only people over here be fussing.
Yeah, they always fuss with like something doing too good.
Why do they have to look like that? This is not representative of how we want to be represented in media. I think you need to tone it down or change this or do that. It's purely an American attitude.
It is American attitude. Like they're trying to mess with like J. Scott Campbell, like cyber harass him. Bro. These younger people are trying to cyber harass him for like a decade.
I'm trying to harass him about Mary Jane in the chair. You remember this controversy?
Meanwhile, he's still getting paid like a lot of money to draw these covers and things like that, but it's like he can't get like the reward of like good job from like people on the internet or something, because there's like a contingent of people that's trying to drive him insane. This doesn't happen in Japan. They're just like, this is awesome, I'm buying it. Like it's just like weird attitude.
I don't know why they like this.
Master Panda said, y'all seen that new Spider-Man and Wolverine is drawn by Kari Andrews and the style is badass and bombastic. I put on my pull list. Good art turns heads and helps sales. Yeah, I heard that he's doing that. I also saw that he drew the Savage Land with Rogue and Magneto, Return to Savage Land. But this is what I'm saying. Like Kari Andrews, I don't know. Like I guess it's up to him what he wants to do, because sometimes these artists, they don't want to be doing it ongoing. But they should be putting him and say, okay, you're the best artist at Marvel for now, so you get to be drawing X-Men or the main Spider-Man book and stuff. But they've been doing this for years. They get like these artists that have superstar potential, and then they put them in like a one-issue thing, or they put them in a 4-issue miniseries. They don't make like a big commitment to like a run with these people. Like when Jim Lee was big, they put him on X-Men. When John Byrne was big, they put him on X-Men. When Joe Mad was the man, they put him on X-Men. Yeah. They didn't say Joe Mad, he's drawing kind of cool and interesting, let's put him on Vision 4-issue miniseries, bro. I saw a review on it on a YouTube channel. It looked cool. It's like, and that's how I know about it. But then they're not gonna make the Vision ongoing after that. It'll never get as big as like X-Men. It's just like it's like they get them so they can silo. It's like they're siloing them into You know what I'm saying? Like,
They
you
stuff
know,
them somewhere. You know what I mean? And
yeah, there's stuff somewhere. So technically, we're hiring them, and technically, you could buy this book, and it could get to number one. You just got to tell all your friends and family, and half of Paraguay, and half of the eastern seaboard of the United States,
man,
to create a fan movement for everyone to buy this Carrie Andrew Savage Land comic book, for Marvel to notice that he's undeniably awesome, so that they'll put him on X-Men. It's too many hurdles when editorial, who are getting paid thousands of dollars to know, to just do it. You know, like back then, it wasn't like it wasn't like that hard. It'd be like, how did Bob Harris know that like a high school kid named Joe Madureira was going to be? He just saw the artwork and said, "This looks cool. The fans are buying it. You're on X-Men now, kid." And then he was on X-Men. He was 20 years old, still drawing it and stuff.
yeah.
There was no like, is this? Can he handle it? Will he buckle? Is he drawing up to? I don't know. Is he going to offend anybody? It wasn't even all these questions. It was just like, he's cool. He's on there. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. That was my yap. But go ahead.
Hold on, because I got comments up and up. Oh, hold on. Let me read this one here though. Uncle Gus, I've never caught one of your streams before. I'm guessing this isn't your regular streaming time. Hey, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Uh, we're not on a specific schedule at the moment. Only
Yeah, we were
because
doing Thursdays, and that was like our unofficial one, Thursdays.
yeah,
But I'd like to do like, we could do Wednesdays and Thursdays.
right.
That could be nice.
And we'll work into that. I just sometimes like life runs crazy. So
But hit subscribe and the bell. When we come on, we try to
yep,
do this. We try to do this at least once a week, and usually on Thursday.
right.
But yeah.
And I'm gonna try to have a video out latest by Friday. Um, I was about to say something before, but two of them. So, if you're stylized in Marvel, you just get you get siloed someplace, and I guess you're supposed to just be like, "Hey, I worked on a 4-issue miniseries. All right, let me go tell everybody and go crowdfund my project or something based on the fandom that I got doing the Wasp miniseries."
So weird. So weird.
Don't make any sense. Hold on, let me speed through
Used
these.
to used to just respond to fan mail. Like Rob was on. They I don't know. I mean, you got to start somewhere. And I guess Rob started on Hawk and Dove, and they liked it. They liked it, and they said, "Oh, this kid's trajectory is going up.
Yeah.
So let's put him on a book that's selling more."
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing more ongoings. But now with this miniseries stuff and restarting stuff and number one and all this, there's no way for like a guy with superstar potential to gain traction. They have to gain traction and stability. They have to know that they're going to be on the same book every week, every month, whatever, so that you can build a buzz. One shots don't have buzz because they're like, oh, it's a one shot. It's not going to mean anything in the grander scale.
But remember, they have to do all of this while still dealing with hashtag comics broke me now, and whatever that means.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that was a thing that was kind of vague. It was like a vague thing, but basically they were saying they were getting rattled around in the mainstream comic industry monetarily, and I feel like I still didn't investigate that thing.
Like Marvel Law, he already said like what needs to happen to Marvel. They just have to just like commit, like get a I guess a superstar artist like Rob's talking about, like, and get a writer that's solid and say we're gonna do a year.
Yeah.
Of an ongoing comic book, like of the main titles, like the Hulk, not Hulk, Elseworld story or something, you know what I mean? Like multiverse story that don't matter, like, but it's a cool story if you can find it in, like, it has to be the main book. I think. I don't know. That's my opinion, but.
All right. Let me speed through these. I'll go back over here where I last stopped. Says Sean Facts. I remember when people were roasting Japanimation, while I was thinking, nah, this is going to sweep the states. Just watch. And here we are.
Yeah.
Western comics and animations can't contend. Yeah. It was easy to look at and say, yeah, we're about to get cooked. We're about to get cooked if we don't keep up. And 90s comics were at least keeping up. And the moment we did one stumble, I was like, oh, it's over. But what I didn't predict is I knew it was going to be over. I didn't predict America saying, not only am I not going to keep up, I'm going to step backwards. I'm like, okay, bro. Y'all hate making a living. That's it. Let me see here. uh, John says, it's crazy Marvel should be showcasing artists like, am I going to mispronounce this? Gerardo Sandoval and Carrie Randolph and Carrie Andrews. Yeah, I agree because they have nice stylistic approaches. Said, geez, 20 minutes more. Rob can talk. Yeah, I didn't listen to the whole thing, and that was the furthest I've listened because, like I said, I cut it off before I came to stream because I wanted to react in real time to what he was saying because I knew he was spitting hot fire. I just didn't know how far it was gonna go. One day I'll sit down and listen to that entire video. Clarence
Thing
Price.
is too, I would
Oh,
like
sorry,
to
bro.
see them. Those artists that he mentioned before. Was it the what was the other artist he talked about? Sandoval and
Yeah, and Carrie
talked about
Randolph and
yeah. I like to see them on the Marvel method. You know, I like to see them not just do the script and then have to draw like the boring, like this artist they're getting from like YA books and
yeah.
these new millennial writers and stuff. They just have their characters sitting drinking coffee like we're watching NCIS episode and stuff because like we could have them draw like in the spirit of the 90s where they get to like unleash a little bit, break the panels and kind of do the fights and I like to see what their artwork could evolve into when given that creative freedom. Not clamping them down with the politics or what they call the uniboob or whatever you're talking about before. Like
I don't
take those
know
rules
what
away and just see what happens, like, within the realms of, actual taste. Not like, some kind of clamp down. Anyway, continue.
Clarence Price says, I mean, 90s bad isn't the same as 2020 bad comics. Yeah, no, it's a different type of bad. I'll agree with that. Brina says, Jorge Jimenez arts is still chef kiss. I agree with that.
Yes.
Master Panda says, there was a reason cartoonist kayfabe almost never reviewed any comic after the 90s because most of it's uninspiring and depressing to look at. 2000s comics equal old, stale, rye bread with no butter.
It's true.
That is a bar.
And I missed that channel, and it's interesting how like all these people that are in the comic industry, the mainstream ones, didn't start their own YouTubes and try to carry on the legacy, like so maybe they are, but like like there should be like more another, I guess it should, the Jim Rugg, maybe he should just continue. I don't know. I wish he would. Like, I know it's like devastating because the other guy, he passed away under these unfortunate, circumstances and all this. And
right.
But I like the show. Like, I mean, just for the content of what they were doing, they were presenting all these 90s and artists that they grew up with around reading, and they like got the art and they found the artists and they interviewed them, see what's going on in their mind.
Yeah.
And they had respect, they knew when something was highbrow or lowbrow, and they just thought it was fun. It had a value. Like a lot of people try to argue that Rob had no value, and they were like people from the indie space that saw that his and the Image 7 and their proteges had a artistic value, even if they saw it as something like an outsider art thing, you know what I mean? Even though they're like mainstream as hell, they knew they connected with the audience in a big way, in a primal way. And that's what art's supposed to do. It's supposed to resonate with a genuine feeling in the audience. And the feeling of the audience in the 90s was getting excited, drinking Mountain Dew, getting angry. Because it was an angry time in the 90s, okay?
Yeah.
It's an angry time now, but everyone's trying to repress it with all this, correctness and whatnot. Which should make people even more angry on YouTube.
Oh yeah, people. I ain't gonna get into that because I'm sure we're part of the anger.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I try to keep, because there's like bigger things in life than to scream about 90% of things. However,
like in the comics, like a hug box session,
yeah,
like
I'll
a
be
very
feeling the need to crash out every now and then. Like that.
there's something about like a '90s comic book where it's like, you just want to see Cable run around with that big gun, just blowing crap up because your life is annoying because they shipped all the industry to some other country and stuff, and animation industry like gets outsourced to some, I don't know, Eastern company, and the only place you had left was to draw comic books and get your rage out
Right.
in the pages of Marvel, and they let you do it. For that time, they let you do it. Because it was selling, and so if you're some young peeved off dude drawing muscles and karate and explosions and superpowers, you were good. But then they hyper intellectualized it in the 2000s, and then they, I don't know, politicized it and social engineered it in the 2020s, and then just became another slap on America instead of good old fashioned American fun.
Yeah. So yeah, action flicks were unapologetically badass and quotable. Very important. Quotable. Can anybody quote a line from a current era action movie? Probably not. Barring John Wick, they have no. Barring John Wick, they have no rewatch value. I don't. Yeah, like I saw the trailer to like I don't know Nobody 2, and I was just like, I'm,
Like, it's silly and goofy, but it's so knowingly silly
yeah,
that, I don't know, it was oddly unprofessional. Like, it wasn't funny enough. Like, and then the action doesn't hit hard enough because it's goofy.
right.
So it's kind of a weird trailer for me. But yeah, it's not quotable. There was no one quotable line in there.
Yeah, no.
Like RoboCop, you can quote all day.
I bought that for $1.
Yeah. And
Oh,
out of context, it don't make sense. But when you see it, like in the movie, you just remember the lines all day, like just the way they deliver it.
yeah.
Like Clarence Boddicker, that guy is just like quote machine.
Hold on. Let me see. Have y'all seen? So have you? Oh, Andy Smith said, "Hell yeah, I'd read any book with Jimenez on it." Yeah.
Yeah.
Have y'all seen the new Spider-Man and Wolverine is drawn by Carrie Andrews? Oh, I think we read that comment. The style is badass and bombastic, excuse me. So I'll put it on my pull list. Good art turns heads and helps sales. Yeah, you would think people would realize this in a visual medium, but they don't. John says Brett Booth's Spider-Man at Backlash is still my favorite comic book. Most seldom. I did not even know there was a Spider-Man and Backlash comic book, so I will go find that on my on my time. Brina says I've talked about AAA gaming having issues in a couple videos. Yeah, you did. But by the way, people should check out Brina's channel as well. She is an artist, and she has some videos you should go check out. Brina, if you're there, you could put your link, which I need to make a prompt for that. John says Jet Li's Black Mass is still my favorite go-to. I haven't seen that. Massive Panda says, yeah, man, the foreign martial arts scene was great in the 90s. Rumble in the Bronx it has infinite rewatch value. I haven't watched that in a while. I gotta watch that again.
Dude, man, I don't know, bro. Like, Tubi need to sponsor me. Okay? They need to sponsor this show. Because that's, what's funny? Like, it's just it's primarily, I don't know. Like, when you say Tubi, I guess people just think it's like these bad Tyler Perry knockoff movies that are being parodied on the internet because they're so low value. Like, they have like these this unintentional comedy.
By the way, there's a new there might be a new black a funny Tubi movie.
Yeah.
It's some clip with like
that's what it's primarily known for. Like these,
yeah,
I don't know, scuffed black cinema ventures.
I don't even know if I could show it. There was no nudity, but the guy was like, he said it was like a guy, like and a woman in underwear in front of him on the bed, and he said something like, I feel like you don't rock with me, like you gonna turn your back on me. And then she was like, baby, the only time I'm gonna turn my back on you is when I'm doing doggy style. I'm like,
oh,
and it was supposed to be a serious scene, by the way. Like, I'm like, all right, B. I can't do this. Like, I can't.
Bruh. I think they do it on purpose now for the memes. Like just say something crazy so that they make it to a meme so somebody will watch this movie.
Right.
But I kind of like that Tubi is jank. Cause I don't want like the super corporation. I like that Fox bought it and it's just like just let anybody upload anything they want. Because if it actually became a thing, they just would stop showing the old movies or crap like that, and then they would just
No, you're
have
right. You're right.
mainstream
You're absolutely.
streaming slop on it, like Netflix.
I mean, if
But
Tubi stopped showing like cringe, like I think I'd be mad. To be honest, like
I needed to be like a little stupid.
yeah.
So because that's right, I don't watch those movies. I watch like they have a reason I mentioned is because they mentioned the martial arts movies, the Rumble in the Bronx, and like the '90s stuff and the straight to video stuff and the Hong Kong stuff from the '80s and '90s that a lot of people didn't get to see. They're on Tubi for free. Like you can watch all the Jackie Chan movies that didn't come over here to the United States on Tubi, and it's
Right.
free. You get like a education on exploitation cinema from the '70s, the '80s, crazy stuff on Tubi, bro.
Right.
Japanese movies. They have the common writers on there, like a couple of them dubbed.
Yeah. Oh crap.
I mean, you can search around and find them on the internet, but like they're on Tubi.
Hold on,
And
running out of
I don't
battery.
know.
Give me a second. Well, hold on. Let me get through this and then I'll.
Okay. Anyway.
Okay. Master Panda says Jet Li Fist of Legend. Every fight in that was on point. Haha, y'all make me want to get my nostalgia on right now. Rena says, I
Yeah.
can't wrap my head around game making, even though I would love to make one day. Me too. I wish I could make like a Metroidvania or like a beat 'em up. I really would, but unfortunately, that's not my forte. Massive Panda said these big two guys are just as bad as the art teachers back in the day who were butthurt about anime showing up in their students' art styles. Stop drawing those big eyes. Draw from reality. Oh man, that's a throwback argument right there, boy. That's
Sure. Sean is.
This thing
I've seen
just
that. I've seen that happen to people.
yeah.
I've seen that happen in art school, particularly. So bars on that. That's true. That's 100% true comment.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Meanwhile, like I don't know, it's got 40 shelves on the Barnes and Noble, so I think they must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. I kind of lost my place, so I'm gonna just keep reading this. Where are her organs? Only America. No facts.
Only America.
It's an American argument. I'm telling you.
Only America.
Said I did that. Uncle Gus says I did that ages ago, but I never seen your name
What?
pop up. Oh, he was talking about the notifications.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the. I don't know.
Yeah, and hit the bell. I guess that's the only way. I don't
Yeah.
know. It gets weird if you hit the bell, and I don't know.
Alpha Proto, what up? Said what made 1990s art extreme? Rendering, proportions, or poses? If you only have one of those things pushed, it's still extreme, or is it all or nothing? That's a good question. I'll answer that in a second. Neil just said, I wish we could go back in time where we had limitations and creative solutions. I understand what you mean. Is
Yeah, because it's like we have the internet now, and that means like you get feedback from everywhere and everything, and you have computers and it can help you do all this and that. But back in the day, I guess it was just like, you just got to draw from whatever reference you got, whatever comic you got, whatever like is in your house,
yeah,
on paper with pencil, and there's no feedback. Like you can't astroturf your career by having a zillion followers
right,
on like Instagram or whatever. You just had to be the man. Like you had to be drawn dope. You had to be cool. And then the editor had to use his own brain. Like, you know what I mean? He couldn't like come in with his business degree and
right,
try to mog you and stuff and say, oh, you're drawing good, but let me see your Twitter account. Like there was no Twitter account, bro. You just had to go on instinct. Like this guy's drawing cool.
right,
Get him on a book. they'd have to go through fan response and sales figures. That's all they had.
Yeah.
Now it's like owned by these bigger corporations, like Disney and all this, and you know, it's weird. Before it used to be like, oh, do people like this? We'll make more of it. If not, we'll make less of it. But now there's like, I don't know, I'll draw this comic book so I can get on the Jimmy Kimmel show so I can meet Obama or something. I don't know. There's like these weird calculated moves and
Weird.
just
That have
trying to.
nothing to do with like like pleasing the fans.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. Yeah, but what made 1990s art extreme? I don't know. I guess everything. I guess. I guess it was like
Rage. No.
I think it was rage. I don't know. Like I think it's like yo, people were angry and there was like combat and fighting and
Right.
anger, and it's an emotion that's in a lot of young people.
Yeah.
It's just like if you're like a kid, maybe you're not angry, or maybe you're angry because they didn't give you like buy you the Frosted Flakes or something. I don't know, like. But eventually they're gonna give it to you because you're small and you're like you're adorable little guy or girl or whatever. I'll just give him the Frosted Flakes. Just give him the ice cream. But then I don't know, when you start hitting your preteen years and you start going to like junior high and high school, you ain't that cute little nibba anymore. They're like giving and then they start resenting your youth because you ain't a little kid anymore, but you're not exactly an old boomer either. So they kind of look at you like, I kind of like him, but I kind of don't and stuff. Then they tell you your generation sucks and you're washed up, so then you're kind of angry, you're kind of a little peeved off, and you start looking for media that reflects that. You start watching Soul Leveling, where like one dude who's like, they think he ain't crap and he looks like a little scrawny schmo like you, like I'm saying, like you're and then he grows to like body like every like monster and like that's the kind of race that people want to see, and then they like do extreme stuff like summoning like 1,000 knights you collected because you beat the last guy to like beat 1,000 demons, and that's just like one of your powers.
Right. Which, by the way, I had to catch up with that show.
And then in America, I guess in the 90s, it was just like Cable, Wolverine, I don't know, X-Force. It's called X-Force, and it's just like action, badassery,
right,
combat. Your next mission, you just have missions. You just go on missions to fight. Because some kid come from school with this like bullies, and you can't do anything about it, bro. It's a lot of repressed anger.
Yes.
Because you can't actually do anything. You just have to like sit there because they're gonna go to your parents and be like, "Take me out of school." All right, you got bullied. We're gonna homeschool you. It's like that's what they should do. Like I'm saying, like
yeah.
But nationwide, there's a nation of kids that are not getting that. It's just gonna say, "Well, son, I'll just tell a teacher or something. I'm busy paying the bills."
Toughen up. What?
Still a teacher.
Then you got Americans telling them, just come read this comic book if you're feeling frustrated. I'm like, so they could watch Sue Storm drink a cup of coffee? I be.
Exactly. That's why kids went to video games so they can like get the blow stuff up, and then they're trying to sanitize that.
So. That's probably why they love like online gaming too, because now they could not only can they play it, but they could yell at somebody.
Yeah. I guess like it does have to be exaggerated. It has to have action. It just has to, but I guess like it has to have, maybe that's what the extreme was. It was extreme. It was extreme violence. That's what it was. How do you get away from that?
I don't know. We've lost our way, man.
It's kind of like why Jim Lee's been drawing like the same Superman poses for years. I kind of want to see him like go back to X-Men. It's like where he gets more like artillery or something.
Right.
I don't know. Anyway. It says
Black exploitation live. Hold up. I think it was because we were talking about Tubi. Neil J says, I think that's low quality if you just wait to read a Quan Mill book. Wait, hold on. I lost the reference to that. Brina says I came back and heard doggy stuff. Oh, sorry, we're talking about a 2B movie. Brina says doggy style. Who writes this stuff? I don't listen. Very talented men of and women of melanated descent. People talking about black fatigue. I got black 2B fatigue. You know what I'm saying? We should have like a anytime we go live, we should have like a like I don't know, like a 2B's corner, like I don't know, find the funny 2B clip of the week or something. But
Probably.
I don't know how many different I think we found all the best ones. And Brina's usually good at finding them and posting in the Discord. By the way, y'all, there is a Discord. If it's
Yes.
in the
Description.
it's in the description. You go check it out, join up. Which by the way, since we're on, we're gonna go there shortly and look at some of the stuff that people have been posting in the art section, because we try to do that every time we go live. And,
Or did you want to do that tomorrow?
I guess we could do that tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Don't mind me. I have no idea what I'm drawing right now. I mean, I know what I'm drawing. I just,
You need more guns. Put more guns in pouches. That's the extreme. Everything was extreme. Everything was excess. Like I think you need some excess to be extreme. Also, that's maybe another one. Rage and excess.
Yeah.
You can't just have one gun. You got to have like a sword in the back, two guns, like a holster. Like
you
have
know what I think about excess? What was that game? What was that game that freaking that Team Ninja made? I think Team Ninja made it.
It's not Ninja Gaiden.
Not Ninja Gaiden. It was the Ninja Blade, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all remember? Hold on. Y'all not understanding.
Extreme is sort of like if you even draw a character who's alone, like he's drawing like no background, no environment. He's not even fighting. He's just posing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's got so much armament on him that it looks like whatever he's going to do next is going to involve a lot of action. So I guess he needs like a lot of artillery on him.
Now, anime sometimes and manga sometimes they'll make a minimalistic character, but the things like something like Jujutsu Kaisen, and it don't matter because the things that they're about to draw them doing is so that's another way. 15 years ago. This thing was 15 years ago. Give me a second, y'all. Let's school you all on some Ninja Blade, okay?
Neo G says 2B is really good when you want to see 90s media. That's true.
Yeah.
Very true. Master Panda says 2B actually has a solid anime section too, and they have a lot of art documentaries. If you don't mind ads, 2B provides more value than most of these other streaming services. Facts, exactly. Exactly. Master Panda knows where it's at.
I don't think I saw this particular Ninja Blade trailer actually. Man got 3 swords. From Software, sorry, it was From Software that did this.
What year was this?
I don't even remember, bro. But this joint
Like
says
2005 or something.
This joint is for like Xbox, okay? Like,
Ninja Detachment is ready for the decisive battle.
Some got 85 swords and he's fighting monsters.
It's like a Japanese version of Rob Liefeld comic.
Running down buildings. This was like Metal Gear Rising before Metal Gear Rising came out or something.
This should be like the new version of like American extreme art. It's just like Japanese insanity. Influence.
You think the Ninja Blade is the answer? Or do you believe a simple sword can make a difference?
That's the deep part, so that's the story.
Come and get it!
Sacrifice everything you have and save Tokyo. Oh, surfing.
My man was surfing on rockets before Dante.
That's right. And ride it.
He deflecting 8 million swords. And back in the day, that was the dumbest thing I ever seen. And I was like, I need to play this, but I don't have an Xbox.
only see that in a Marvel comic book. Why can't they draw that?
Yeah, that's the new storyline. Like, let's go. And then she said we need more games like this. Facts. Like, I
We
need
need more comics like this. We need more movies like this.
fact. I need all of this. I need the trifecta. I need the comics, the movies, and the games. All three. And if possible, make the toy too for the kids. Ninja Blade. Nobody knows what 2009, bro. Wait, what? The retail PC version of Ninja Blade is now available. It's on Steam. Hang on. I'm about to go look this up right now. I don't even know if the game was actually good. So like I don't want people to like go out and buy it or something, but I'm looking on Steam right now. I don't see it.
I was in the earlier comment. It just says, it says, Rita, is this where you're contemplating doing right to left stuff?
Amen.
Trying
I'm
to
gonna
get
keep
that
running this
Ameri-
survey every week.
Try to be like, I'm just trying to not get the smoke from the Americans and want you to be lame. Ah, you're an American, you see. Can you be less hype? In America, we're trying to be less hype. Your artwork's like a little too hype. We have to.
Look, this is what look. I don't mean to ruffle feathers, but I kind of felt like this when like people like it was like random people talking about like Doom the Dark Ages, and you have some people which is fine. Everybody can have their own opinion, but they're like, yo, why is he doing all this extra stuff? And the people said the same thing about Doom Eternal. I'm like, wait, hold on. So my man had an arsenal of like 8 weapons on his weapon wheel for the first game. And now y'all are upset because now he can dash and double jump and fly across the stage. And now in this game, parry. And wait, so you're mad because there's more hype things added? Like,
True.
what? Y'all old? Like,
They're pretty old.
all right, let me get on Ninja Blade up out of here.
That's what we're trying to do with like. That's what we're trying to do with our comics and stuff. Like we have our properties. We have Renaissance Punk Fairy Tale. We're trying to keep hope alive.
Trying. Hold on.
Trying to keep hope alive. Keep the hype going. Don't let that little child be snuffed out by people that maybe find our style, Sean. But what does it say about late stage capitalism?
We shall review that and figure out why. Hold on, what's this? Neo J said modern American game company fund. That's a very funny word. What does it mean? I don't know. Neil Druckmann said he don't use fun, right? He don't use fun and in his
He's a word fun.
That's what he said. Literally, he said he don't use the word fun in the studio. Yes.
But I don't know. Sometimes it seems like amateur hour. Like you're really gonna kill off your main characters like Joel and like Ellie, and then replace them with characters that no one wants to see.
Yeah, I think Ellie is still. Joel is.
I'm sorry, like Joel. Yeah, like, and then the audience is just like, I don't know, why am I still watching this? Because then what? The character that's left is like, what's her face? What's her name? Abby. Abby's got to speed run herself to become like a character like Joel in the next 3 episodes to be as interesting as and compelling as that character. It's not gonna work. It's like what they did with Luke. They killed Luke. There's generations of people who loved him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have Rey, and now you're just left with Rey. They got rid of Han, Luke. And I just stuck with Finn, who's friend zoned.
Right.
Running around sweating.
Which, by the way, last I heard, he was trying to blame white people or something.
Yeah, that'll work. I mean, it's not like white people watch Star Wars, right?
Good one. Speaking of that, actually, hold on. Before anything, let me go get my charger. But the Black Panther game has been canceled.
What?
From EA because I don't know, they couldn't get enough vibranium microtransactions in their game, so they had to cancel it. But everyone's kind of like laughing about it because one of the people on the team who was former Sweet Baby employee who back in the day when she made her game, what was it, Validate, talking about she was proud that there was something about those lines of she was hyped that there was no white people on the team or something. I'm just
Yeah.
like, yeah, good promotion, bravo. But yeah, the EA Black Panther game is canceled. I don't even know why anybody should care about that because I'm like, I don't care what the hell EA makes. Maybe if NetEase was making the game or old Insomniac was making the game would matter. But anyway, hold on. Let me then you can take over for a second. Let me go find my charger for this thing. Croaks.
Okay. I'll just go back to the chat, read some of these old comments. John Snowden said, yeah, Darkness and Witchblade, later Aspen, never really hit the mainstream. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't. They could probably get in the mainstream now. I mean, this if they just take their art and go back to the 90s, I don't think Witchblade is looking the same. They like tampered her look down to fit in with modern audiences a little bit, but really audiences want the return of the 90s though. It should get big sales just doing that, and then they'll have the Hollywood people knocking on their door. Let's see. We got Clarence Price's unpopular opinion. Most of these female empowerment movies are made by major motion pictures or over budgeted female exploitation flicks that refuse to lower its budget. I guess. I mean, like, you're talking like action movies. I guess like what's about Ballerina? Like, you have a movie like Ballerina. I think it's like they had to reshoot some of the action scenes to try to pump them up a little bit. And I don't know what the reviews are. I think there's like they're not releasing the critics, or there's an embargo or something. I don't know how that's gonna be, but I think that movie's gonna be they're gonna be looking to that one. It depends on like the action, how fun it is, and how excessive it is. Like, people who have action, who go see action movies, have expectations, and they need to be met, And I think a lot of the stuff nowadays, it's like they really are just copying the John Wick filming style, and they're not. It's getting a little boring. Like, even on Netflix streaming like slot movies, even their action choreography is like decent. So I think the audiences today might even be getting desensitized to a lot of the same choreo stunt work and stuff. They might have to pull out a new bag of tricks after this wave of John Wick-esque action is over, because it's getting a little samey. I think the solution would be that they should just try to hire and mold actual stunt people and martial artists to become movie stars.
Agreed.
In action movies, because then they could create new stunts. And they won't have to be limited by the fact that they have to hide their face so the real actor could look like he's doing the kung fu. They could do something that could wow people that's real. Especially now we're going to have AI and all this special effects work and all this stuff. We can actually lower the budget by having an actual athletic phenom do the stunts and do like triple 360-degree in-camera karate kicks and stuff like that, and have it be impressive. Rather than like upping the budget to make it look like, I don't know, a Hollywood celebrity can do it. Anyway, Master Panda said, yeah, my man has a collection of swords like clouds and Advent children. Yeah.
Ninja Blade Man.
Yeah, more weapons mean more hype, because like, if you have 3 swords, something's going to go down.
Oh yeah, like you have you got to check it out. You got to at least check it out.
Yeah, 1 sword is like whatever, like the guard at Buckingham Palace that stands there and does nothing has a sword, But if he had 3 swords, you'd be like, what the heck is the other 2 for?
I am doing something with a project that is beside Red Cyberpunk Fairy Tale that I'll talk about it soon. But when I talk about like doing black and white and getting like more exaggerated and like a manga size format. I am going to take liberties with what I've already established and kind of just pump it up with what I know now.
Yeah.
Same characters, but I'll just be like, you know what? If they look like this, then it'll be exciting. I'll probably be doing videos on that. Um, that I might put on the art channel or here. I don't know. Well, I'll figure it out. But yeah,
Brina says, bro, manhwa's getting as popular or even more popular than manga, and when it goes to physical, it's left to right and it's in color. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying Solo Leveling when I saw it in the Barnes and Noble, it was left to right
yeah.
and it was in color. So I guess you can leave it that way.
Yo, speaking of excitement, what's this? I just found this. Who is this? Um,
Neo J says Soul Leveling is a good anime. It is a good anime. It's probably the only thing keeping the country together. Something everybody can enjoy. I'm talking about America too. Like,
it's an artist I just found here. I guess it's a do some. Oh, this. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Oh, Bethesda Japan. I did not know Bethesda had a Japanese division.
yeah.
Did official art for Doom the Dark Ages. Oh, I sorry. I know you guys can't see that because the way I have this cropped so strangely. This looks cool though. Huh. Very simple. It's just like black ink wash.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Clarence Price says, how bad and unlookable of a game you must have produced when even EA, the undisputed champ at microtransactions, pulls the production of a game they produced 2018 Madden, one of the worst games ever.
Damn, was that bad? I don't play Madden, but I'll take your word for it.
Josh Snowden says, yeah, Van Damme's daughter should have been Batgirl already. Yeah, like Van Damme's daughter didn't become a star. Like, it was kind of weird. Like, I thought when she started posting her, stuff on Facebook
I didn't know she was posting clips like that actually.
and on the internet, it was like, oh, she's tall, she's got the look, she can do action, she's Van Damme's daughter. It was like, then they're like, no, we got nothing for you, No, you can't be a superhero or something. It's like, damn, not even the CW. Yeah, they couldn't even get Van Damme's daughter to be in Gotham Knights. I'm not that she should be in Gotham Knights. That's so
right.
terrible. But I'm saying, like, they don't even think like that. Like, let me get some person that doesn't know any martial arts or anything. It's like 5'2", and it's just like, you can just get Van Damme's daughter. Like, she's ready to work and she knows the martial arts and all this and the stunts. Like, no.
I don't think they can handle like I don't know, man. It's very hard to explain.
Used to come in with like the requirements and you get hired. They'd be like, oh, okay, martial arts, you're good looking, you're just like no, can't be an action movie. It's like, that's the requirements to be in an action movie.
People can't recruit anybody. They can't recruit action stars. They can't recruit dynamic artists. The superstar comic. They can't. It's like we lost the ability to. It's not hard. Give me. I could get. I could do all of these jobs on recommendation in animation, comic books,
Yeah.
and movies. Just give me the internet, and I will find you the people.
Yeah, it don't matter if you had like 400 followers or 4 million followers.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't care. Like, I'll be like, that person got the chops. It's easy. In fact, that should be our day job. Like, God, can I get paid for 8 hours? You know what I'm saying? Just scope people out.
yeah, apparently Marvel has these people like CB Cebulski and people like that can, like, that's allegedly supposed to be scouting these fresh young talented faces and stuff, and it's just like, I don't know, bro. What can I say?
They can't do it.
Clarence Price says, "Please leave Van Damme's daughter away from Batgirl CW. Already killed so many careers. Don't need any more." You're probably right. Like, it shouldn't be that hard for qualified people to have a career in like the movie industry or the comic book industry. It shouldn't be that hard.
Shouldn't be.
Anyway.
It really shouldn't be. Sorry, I was just here looking for some reference, y'all. To bring this earlier question, yeah, we'll do this showcase tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll have like a little quick stream.
Yeah, we're trying. We're doing a long one now, but the other one could be short.
Yeah.
So long.
So we'll be back on tomorrow night, y'all.
Isn't that crazy? 2 nights in a row.
Two nights back to back of the best show on.
Best show in the internet, bro. Like we bigger than everybody, bro. That's not true. That's this line
show in Kazakhstan or something. Oh.
Yeah. Kazakhstan, get big ups. Trying to get the endorsement deal. Kazakhstan Airlines.
An endorsement from Borat. Yo, hold on, stop. Wait. Is it true that Sacha Baron Cohen is going to be Mephisto?
That's what I
saw screenshots and I was like, is this real?
Yeah.
I can't like just blind believe everything I see on the internet.
Can we get Van Damme's daughter to be on the show as a guest?
Hey, I don't know. Alpha Brodo says it's real. I don't even know what to say about that. I'm not even saying that he's gonna do a bad job. I just can't divorce him from Ali G and Borat and Bruno. Like, I can't.
Bruh. Whatever.
I am Mephisto. I use my magic powers on you. Yes. Like I can't look. I can't.
Is this real comedy hours?
I can't. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know. Maybe it'd be good. The show has been on ice for so long. It has to be true. Says just turn him red. Teasers here. I have no idea how he fits into the show Ironheart. Yeah, why is he in Ironheart? Of course, people saying they don't like Ironheart trailer now, because if you don't like the Ironheart trailer, by the way, I just want to let you know in chat you're racist. According to Twitter, I'll make the rules. I guess if I don't like the trailer, I'm self-hating or something.
It's true.
I saw the trailer. I was just like, okay, why is she stealing? But whatever.
They still try hard to be like some urban thing. I don't know. It's like trying too hard. Like,
I
like, that's like, can we not do this? Like,
still doing this.
They're ripping, stealing, and to get parts to make
these the allies making it. By the way.
Yeah, I know. It's just, I don't know, corporate approved buffoonery.
The trailer looked uninteresting, just like the rest of the MCU trailer up to this point. Yeah. I mean, the only good trailer they had recently was the one Thunderbolt trailer. You know the one.
They make sure to put like Ryan Coogler's name like everywhere on that too, so they can get that Sinners hype on that.
Man, listen.
But I'm just like, whatever. Just no.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? So I found out through Twitter that apparently before Ironheart, Rhodey had a niece named Leela Rhodes or something, and they were setting her up to like not take over, but like have her own suit as well, and they just didn't. And then in came Riri Williams. So I reposted it on Twitter as a joke and said like, "Yo, who wants to see me like make a suit for her?" And like the tweet like got some moderate traction. Not viral, but moderate traction. So I did like a I just redrew her herself, but I didn't make the suit yet.
Oh, look, there you go.
Yeah, she's a young teen, And then like I was like, all right, when I get a chance, I'll make the suit. And I didn't make the suit yet. Just, you know, I'll do it. I don't know if that's video worthy, but you know.
Power 1000 said Dan sounded like a generic CW commercial. On what part? What part? That's funny. I missed the context. Alpha Proto says, I have no idea how he fits. Yeah, I don't know how Mephisto fits into Ironheart. It's weird. Neo J says, the trailer just looks uninteresting, just like the rest of the MCU trailer. Oh, as you just said.
Yeah.
Clarence Price says, I'd rather have the Van Damme family make Sudden Death 2, 3, and 4 on Tubi than have Van Damme's daughter on CW. True. I think the CW is dead, by the way. Like, I think they're not making that stuff anymore. They canceled the Superman Lois show, and I think it's over now.
Damn.
They had a run, but it was a wrap. Yes. It's funny. Van Damme has not sequelized the Sudden Death. He should try and like get back to his old franchises. And
yeah.
I mean, you know, somebody needs to work with Van Damme. Like, I wish the John Wick guys would work with Van Damme, but I think
that'd be nice.
But I think they have beef. I don't know. Maybe they have beef because I think like
beef.
They said that Van Damme had issues with the stunts community, in that he sometimes would hit them like by accident and stuff. And they kind of, that's what I heard. This is kung fu rumor, and take him with a grain of salt and stuff. And I think all those John Wick people are like all stunt people, you know?
Okay.
Like Chad Stahelski, they all started off as stuntmen and stuff like that. So I don't know if the stunt community has beef with Van Damme. That's what I saw on some forum or something. So it's possible that's why maybe they're not letting him do these other things, but that's unconfirmed. He still has movies coming out, but they're like straight to video joints.
Oh, I forgot. Did they trying to make the Street Fighter live action movie a new one?
You know what Van Damme could have played? He could have played Donnie Yen's part in John Wick 4.
Yeah.
That would have been cool. You see Keanu versus Van Damme, that would have been crazy.
It'd be like the coming back of the old school.
Yeah.
I guess they try to do that with what's the series?
Expendables?
Yeah.
He was the best part of Expendables 2.
Right.
Power 1000 says Ironheart must be liked or else.
Must like it. If not, then you are. Does anybody even care about that anymore? You don't like it? You're sexist in the race. I'm like, all right, whatever, B. Shut up. Like, I don't care anymore. Yeah, fine, I am those things. Like nobody cares, bro. Like.
Clarence Price says, all I'm saying is Ironheart better sell more units than the Japanese counterpart.
Oh, right. Isn't there like some Japanese character called Ironheart or something?
Well, it's a Japanese corn movie. Ironheart. It's like a Marvel parody. That came out before the comic book came out from Marvel. So the people were saying, did they know about this parody and steal it? Steal the name and stuff?
Oh no,
that's like one of these mysteries. Neo J says nothing screams ally ship than playing into every stereotype known to man. Thank you, MCU. I feel represented. Yeah, they got like her stealing, like she's approached by the Hispanic dude from the last Transformers movie.
Oh, I knew he looked familiar.
They like, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's time to steal something. I know he spent that in the trailer. I'm seeing dogs. They're trying to push this thing where like you can speak in AAVE. That's the new word for Ebonics. African American Vernacular English. Like they're trying to push this notion. Like
no. Wait, hold on. We can't go past that. What is it called? What's the acronym?
It's called AAVE. It's called
AAVE.
Yes, that's right.
And
African American. Vernacular.
Okay.
English. That's like the politically correct term for ebonics,
No.
which term was once politically correct, but then they deemed that was not correct.
So wait, that is not politically. Wait. So
It's not now they call it AAV.
okay. So AAVE is the new politically correct term, and
Yeah, so
ebonics
they're
is
talking
not.
like they're talking like you from the hood or something. So now that they're trying to push this notion, like you could be a character on a TV show, be black with a PhD and stuff, and still talk like you from the streets. You know what I'm saying? I need a chemical reactor to reverse the polarity on the neutron flow. Nah, I mean they're trying to like make it like you can still.
No.
This is the new. It's not that extreme, but you get what I'm saying. Like they're trying to be like, nah, bro, let me get that, you know, that,
I hate everything.
get the positive.
Yo, why are you always trying to invent some new crap, bro?
Because why should you be able to code switch like the white man? Because you're a scientist, you should be able to keep your streetness in the what? Look, I don't know. This is what they're making up.
Yo, listen. I don't know. Listen, I don't.
Just saying this.
I mean, I think anybody hearing me talk right now would think that I'm talking slang, but I couldn't listen. In my household, I couldn't talk deep slang. My parents was not having any of that, bro. I couldn't come in my house and be like, "Yo, ma, yo, what's good? What's up?"
Like like how you have a character that a general and a black guy in a movie and they talk like a general, like, like whatever, like, I don't know, like
general, right? Like
blah, 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 like talking like an educated person, like a college graduate and stuff.
Right.
Now they're trying to have it like you could still be hood and have like 4 degrees. Which may be realistic. I don't know, because maybe they relax the you see all the idiots coming out of college nowadays. It's like,
so what is this in the
so like when you watch the show, it's like this person's a scientist but don't sound like a scientist. It just throws you off, but then you're supposed to correct yourself and say, well, why do I expect that they should talk like Fraser Crane? Like, because they have a degree and they're black. Why should they talk like that? They should talk. And I was like, I don't know. Are you saying because they're trying to be like, I think the idea is that they're trying to say because someone came from the hood, are they uneducated if they have a hood accent?
Yes. No, let me
stop. That's supposed to be yes. And that's supposed to be yes, but it's like or they're doing it for fun, but it's
I can't hold on, this hurts my brain. Give me a second.
They're trying to challenge your notion. They're trying to challenge your expectations.
Oh.
First of all, it's very fun to talk like you're from the hood. It just like flows things naturally. It's very
yes,
entertaining and educational. Yes. But then when you like really have to be like in a real situation, then you have to like your honor on they have like you're giving you actually have to like
hold on. I mean,
hold the call for the president. You can't be like, yo, what up, son? You gotta be like, yes,
I mean,
sir,
to some degree, like everybody else has to do code switching at a job, right? Like even like white people, if you're talking to each other, like, hey, bro, how you doing? Like, yeah, man, yo, you coming to the party later? But then when you get in front of a customer or somebody or in a business meeting, you gotta be like, hey, okay, so here are the reports. Like, like
right. Yeah, like even like I don't know, the stereotype of like, the white California surfer guy, like, what up, dude? What up, guys? Hey, guys. Hey, buddy. Like the Weasel was his name, Pauly Shore from back in the day. And then he wouldn't call up. And when he did in the movie, he'd be like, what up, Judge Dude? He'd be like, right. Say that. You idiot. Pauly Shore, Jury Duty, underrated. No, actually, that's not my favorite Pauly Shore. The best Pauly Shore movie is In the Army Now, by the way. The rest are taking and leave it.
AAVE.
AAVE. Okay, look it up, bro. I'm not. You think I'm making this up, bro?
Is there a YouTube video on
I'm
this?
Tapping. All right.
No, we're not doing this today.
Nah, mean.
Hold on, I'm looking this up on YouTube right now.
Why you think Ironheart? It's like they like these scientists and it's like It's sounding like that. Like, keep it real.
I got a video here from what is this? Babel USA. On un, unlock the richness of AAVE, African American Vernacular English, in this Babel episode. Give me a second.
Unlock the possibilities.
We unlocking possibilities right now. Explain.
Educated hood speak. Clarence Price says the studio in Japan should re-release Ironheart into movie theaters at the same time as Marvel to see who sells more. I don't know if that movie made it to the theaters in Japan. Maybe in a special theater. Alpha Proto says that's what they do. If you name it, it's a thing. So now you can't say please speak proper English. I am. You just don't know my vernacular. That's true. All right.
I got a hold on. I'm clicking this video because it's funny.
I don't know. I don't want to get copyright straight for like these
oh yeah,
activists.
True.
Can you get an article or something?
Yeah. Let me do that. Let me get up there. Give me a second.
I don't want to like, I don't want to have a cultural faux pas. It could be exploited.
Hold on.
Brina says, I'm saying, Sean, what is with this code swishing? You speak to everyone you know the same way? Not even hood people do that. That's how you know they get in trouble. They're like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, exactly. Come on, can y'all give me a actual news article, please?
Mama Bear says, I can't see Sean calling his girl shorty.
I wouldn't. She would look at me like, what? She'd be like, who are you?
Shouting, dummy.
What up, girl?
And Just Nolan says, Idiocracy 2. Have you heard?
Sorry, I know this is not. I know this is not what I'm looking for, but USA Today. What does it mean to crash out? A look at the phrase and why it's rising in popularity.
That's funny. This is an Urban Dictionary. Urban Dictionary. Mm-hmm.
Crash out is so popularized though that I don't think like crash out even counts.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Urban Dictionary.
All right. Hold on. Can't believe I'm doing this investigation right now. This right here is the most ridiculous thing that I have found out for the entire year.
Really?
I think so. I might be wrong on that, but
let's see.
All right, here we go. Urban Dictionary.
Brina says first anti-racist math. Now it's not anti-racist enough English.
This anti-racist math. Okay, stop. My brain is hurting. I can't do this. AAVE, acronym from African American Vernacular English, is an American English dialect uniquely spoken in African American communities. Its origins stem from old Southern American English dialects, which themselves originate from Southern English and Scots Irish. Oh, they're digging like far back.
What's the second definition?
Where did it get to the meat of this? Hold on. Given its origin in the southern U.S. coast, it became widespread across America with the migration of the freedmen from former slaving ports, plantations, and ghettos from northern and western states. All right.
Here we go. I like this. It's short.
Okay. AAVE, which is an acronym for African American Vernacular English, or in other words, Black Vernacular English, BVE. That's actually funnier. Known outside of the academic and sociologic settings as Ebonics, AAVE is a dialect that hails from the West African linguistics. It's used in a sentence. It's not ghetto talk. What she's speaking is a dialect called AAVE, and it does not reflect her learning capacity.
Yeah, see, it does not reflect their learning capacity. Therefore, they can have a hood accent or hood dialect or whatever, and I'm just saying. I'm not saying iHeart's doing that, but like I sense, I don't know, some of it a little bit might be in there. I don't know, look for it.
I sense it too, because aren't all them people like halfway geniuses or something?
Yeah, they're supposed to be like smart as or smarter than Tony Stark. Steve Urkel ain't talk like this.
This one because it has this has actual like example sentences. Never our employer be tripping, finna fire some people because he don't care about no moral integrity. See, this is the part where I'm probably my brain says I've never heard anybody from the hood use the words moral integrity. But I guess the definition will have me say, no, this is an educated individual who happens to speak street, but he has a large vocabulary.
True.
And therefore, you know what? Never mind. This is officially hurt my head.
But that's when you would employ the code switch in order to, you could do hood, and then you could switch to, I guess, I don't know, some proper English. But now they're saying you can keep speaking hood while displaying your intellectual attributes through your vocabulary of the streets.
Now, hold on. Let me.
Venus said, "Dad got me here mad AF right now." Why does he know these irritating things? Sean says this every day too. I irritate him every day with something new.
Dad always knows something.
This is what they're doing to you. I just want to, I'm not even trying to make you. I'm just trying to let you know what they're doing to you to these Marvel shows. Okay. The AAVE. It's coming through.
Okay.
It's on you.
Hold on. Let me look at this
out.
objectively, right? Let me. I'm trying not to laugh about it. That second sentence is hilarious, by the way. Agreed.
Yo.
Oh wait, white person coming. Let's cut the AAVE and code switch to General American English. Is that GAE? Okay, let me try to think about this a different way. Like, we grew up in New York, so we probably sound street to some just talking right now.
Sure. But I'm being funny. I'm trying to like be an entertaining broadcaster right now. So, but it's like if you're a scientist on the TV show, son.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if I go into straight street talk right now, right, with my boys or whatever, well, I'm talking to Dan, like whatever, and we're not on. It's like, okay, fine, but you're on a show and you are a scientist. Like, I'm not a scientist. If y'all heard me speaking dumb, it's like, well, it's just Sean. Like,
yeah, I respect that. I respect scientists. I respect, some kind of person studying animals and biologists and stuff like that. Like, I know that they did, but these are kind of people stereotypically, maybe they say it's a stereotype. I don't know. But they're usually on, when you see them on a TV show, you feel like you get the impression that they just like are into this stuff that might bore 90% of the public for the greater good. And they don't have time to like listen to hood music. They're like, they're a nerd or something, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And like, they're not there like trying to speak for the streets to fit in with the streets. They got to learn to fit in with like, Albert Einstein type niggas, like, you know what I mean?
Right.
That's why it's like if you have a scientist trying to be like, yo, I need to get, I don't know, some techno babble.
Yeah.
I'll reconfigure the neutron flow to have our hearts. No. Front blaster. Hit with the 121 gigawatts to decimate, I mean.
You know what? Now I want to watch the show just to see how far it goes.
I don't know. It's kind of stupid. I don't know how
I
to do
will
it.
not
It's
watch the
stupid.
show. Actually, that is a lie. But
Or they have a drawl, like they have a drawl just because you're a scientist, you don't know the words. You know the words, but you still speak like, nah, son, I got this.
he said, "Nah, I got this," and he's handing you like a, scientific device. Hold on.
Because usually in the movie, they'd be like, to create the black hole, you have to shoot the ray, and then it'll reverse all the molecules inside this field, this energetic field, or whatever crap gibberish they're talking about. Instead, they're going to say it like, yo, know me, They didn't have to say the slang words. They just have to say like in that, no, I mean, I'm just like take this ray and I'm gonna create a portal that could create interdimensional rifts that go and shatter the realities, and it's like what?
So you mean to tell me I'm gonna be watching the show, right? And some dude gonna be there like, yo, if you
I'm still a
don't,
scientist though.
it's still scientist.
If you say he's not a scientist, you're racist.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Yo, Riri, if you don't let me, you know what I'm saying, handle my business on this suit, how you gonna do the maximum pulse? Know what I mean? Like, what's good with you? Yo, relax for a second.
Relax for a second. Let's get this computer chip so we can get the whatever the.
I hate that I know about this stuff.
The mainframe cannot handle the processing power that it takes to have like 5 million electrodes like pulsating at one time. Know what I'm saying? Just like whatever.
Who invented this? Who invented this term?
People who want to annoy you. I'm very sad that I want Dan to try talking AAVE again. I tried. I tried in the context of Lionheart.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they hire the professionals, because I'm not very good at it.
Yeah.
Mama Bear says that's the guy who slides up and says, "Hey, shorty, I want you looking like a snack, but I expect your moral integrity." Aww. Brina says, "Can ninjas speaking fluent AAVE spell the V in there? Like vernacular. You can say vernacular, but you have to say vernacular.
Vernacular without the R. Vernacular.
Yes, exactly.
Like Dracula.
Right. Like Dragula, the Rob Zombie song.
Throwback.
So I know about Rob Zombie songs too, son. Just because I'm from the hood don't mean that I don't know about Rob.
It's just like, let's take that for example. I have a difficult time thinking that a black person that likes Rob Zombie would talk like that.
But he might.
He
Why
might.
not?
Unless he can, if he is into different types of. I'm just saying, if he was like a straight like metalhead, like I don't think he would. I don't know.
It's like typically
those are stereotypes, Sean. You're placing stereotypes on your own community. You self-hating. No.
Call out culture. Call out yourself. Like, remember, expose yourself. But like, you saw a guy like Eminem. He was really into hip hop culture, and then he's like talking like a, what up, yo? Like, he's like, yeah, and that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like, there's white people who like rap music and rock music, and they don't have to say like, you have to say like when they like hip hop, they have to sound like some.
Yeah, they get to sound regular, but we need the,
I love Wu-Tang. And Pearl Jam and Wu-Tang. Return to 36 Chambers. That's my favorite album, dude. So why should a black guy have to say like?
Yeah, he gets to like Wu-Tang while maintaining his natural
way
of speaking,
white affect.
Right. if we like something, we gotta make sure that we're stuck in the box that needs to be. I mean, this is the same argument that like when we were talking about like when people try to write quote unquote diverse characters and then they have to stick them in a box. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I guess you get back to your drawing or something. You want to look at
yeah,
that.
I don't know. Sorry, my brain hurts right now. Get this
Or at least have it on screen or something. Like
right.
look at a phonology. There's like Wikipedia about this. It's like charts and stuff.
Wait, example words. Oh come on, no, no. My brain.
I think Rita's getting upset. She says, Dan, I can't stand you. We're talking about comics and movies. Are you going to hit us with this?
So I had to look into it when he mentioned it. Like, we couldn't slide past that one.
It's not. It should be in the comics. It probably already is in the comics. It's a comic book movie. It's comic related. Mama Bear says it's actually a Harvard professor that teaches Ebonics. Son, I don't know how to spell that. Pronounce it.
My head hurts for real now.
Green. Neo J says AAVE become a thing. Probably. John Snowden says, yeah, literally the science characters is the effing dork. Yeah, it should be. Neo J says, I meant not to sound offensive. Oh, I don't know what that means, but you're okay. Oh, Neo J says, not to sound offended, but you sound like you speak proper. That's properly, Neo J.
Why do they keep making these things up?
My name is Danforth Winthrop III. I will tell all the people from the hood how to speak more correctly.
Give me a second, y'all. I'm looking for reference. Just to, I don't know, draw another little face before I go to bed or something.
That's what Neo J said. I didn't mean to say not to sound offensive. No, you're good. You're good. Hopefully I sound like hopefully we sound like we know something. I don't know. Maybe you sound like you know more something than me, Sean. Like, I don't know. Maybe
I don't think so.
I sound like a big goof.
I feel like I could like widen my vocabulary.
See, back in the 90s, you were kind of bullied into knowing how to speak hood a little bit or a lot. Nowadays, I think it doesn't matter. I don't know. I think there's enough internet people that
it doesn't matter anymore.
That they're just like, hey, what's up?
It doesn't matter anymore, but now I'm just stuck with like the way I talk now because I've been doing it for so many years.
Trying to fit it with all these thugs.
There's too many goons out here. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you go to high school. These guys don't have the concept. They don't know the concept of prison. They will hem you up. Got to fit in. Nowadays, there's a lot of these blurs going on. They're trying to, and they're trying to be like real, like pro-black, like militant people, and they're talking like they're, they're talking with a high voice and stuff like that. Hey, what's up? I'm an anti-colonialist. Like, really? Okay.
Can I just
white people are sure our problems? Like, wow, really? Okay.
I'm like, all right, bro.
Got zero bass in the voice saying that. Okay. All right. Well, it's a new generation. What can I tell you? It's a thing. Back then, you couldn't get away with that. But now it doesn't matter.
Now you can.
Rules are very relaxed right now.
You can sound as soft as you want and still be.
Yeah, militant, black revolutionary. It's fine. You can have a white woman. It's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can do whatever you want. There seems to be no pushback or nothing these days. All those old rules don't matter. You can do whatever you want. It's a no rules party house.
I gotta say, I can't stand white people. Anyway, let me introduce you to my white spouse.
Who's gonna call me on this? No one.
Why does nobody call people out on that? I don't.
Do they run around putting their woman in a headlock or stuff after hours? Is that how it works? Like, I don't really know. No one knows. No one can say it. No, I just said it. So I said the forbidden thing.
It's like the most annoying thing. Like, I'm like, yo, what is going on?
Talking nonsense.
Like,
by now, Rob Liefeld has clicked off the video.
yeah, he's like, well, I don't know what's going on
I was
here.
watching this. Look, these guys are making some sense, and now they're talking about things I'm not allowed to think about. So.
Sorry, Rob.
But I encourage him to keep listening. Just don't tell anybody you heard it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's all in jokes. It's all in humor. We're trying to figure stuff out. We don't know what's going on. We're confused too.
The world's too weird.
The world's too weird. Mama Bear says, I hope you clip this. You know, we're trying to figure this out in real time.
Sorry, wait.
What?
John got me dying right now.
He said John Stark's a good villain idea would be martial art villain versions of these street corner wizard dudes. What's that?
Ain't that
What do you mean?
the they're gonna come after me and say that the black Israelite dudes, is that who you talking about?
Oh, I guess so. They probably have their own comics, right?
They got their own comics.
No, I know, probably. I probably wouldn't. Alpha Porter says university people always try to validate things by giving them names. Yeah, I know. It's like some it's like they're talking like the 80th thesaurus or something, but it all amounts to nothing intellectually, really. Venus says, everything I learned that is against my will is because of you and Sean.
Hey, don't blame me for this one.
Yeah.
Know about this.
I'm surprised that you, as a young Gen Z youth, are not like knowing about the AAVE. Like, you know,
True.
Would have taught that in the. I thought they would have taught that in the 10th grade or something like that.
I don't think she caught that. It's probably the next generation that's coming in.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh my brain, man, my brain.
Says, what's it here? Rita says we can't speak quote unquote white anymore. Like, I don't know. You have the choice to or not. It's a choice of a new generation. Whatever white is. I don't even know what that is either. Like,
I don't know. That's
who knows what anything is. Just be yourself, no matter what they say. Okay, that's what Sting said in his song "Englishman of New York."
New definition. They were trying to make a new definition, new things.
I don't know. I just kind of can't. It's like, look, I'll just watch everything and like anything, and I can speak however I want, and that's that. And I'm not gonna claim to, like, I don't know, try to lead some kind of racial revolution or talk about that. Like, I'm just a guy. Okay, I'm a guy. Okay, I'm just a guy. I'm not gonna pretend that I don't know something. I'm not gonna act like I know something that I don't know anything about. You know, there's no white media, there's no black media, there's no Hispanic media. It's just media. You watch it, now it's part of you, whether you like it or not.
AAVE sounds like they teach in the 24th grade.
AAVE sounds like what they teach in the 24th grade. Probably. Brina says, why did you bring us here? Got my blood pressure spiking. Yeah, I'm just causing all kind of problems.
Listen, you never know when we go live, you never know where we're going to end up.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of YouTubers out there that call out a lot of the stuff in the culture wars. And some of them are saying that there's a vibe shift and that we've solved all these issues. I'm just here to let you know that it's still around, and I'm here to remind you of that until you drive yourself insane, okay?
I ain't gonna lie.
Snow White bombed. It's all over, okay? Can we get on with life? It's like, well, I don't know. What about the AVE and Ironheart trailer? It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I think knowing about AAV.
I don't even care. I'm just here to like just.
I didn't know this was a movement, bro.
I'm just here to just keep the hate going. What are you talking about?
No, no, sorry. I just had a thought in my head. No, I was just saying. I feel like just learning about like I don't know AAVE like made my black fatigue worse, bro. Like I can't do this. Like
Well, look, I don't know. Anyway, let's change the subject. That's a good face you got going right there.
yeah, thank you. I got lazy and used the
In terms of style, right? We're talking about style. We're talking about like what's cool, what's what's commercial. It's gonna, because you look at these comic books, right, from back in the day. These things were selling like what did Jim Lee's comics 9 million?
a
9
ridiculous
million
amount.
issues of 24 pages, bro. They got people out here drawing like graphic novels, 300 pages, whatever, to hope to be in a Barnes and Noble back shelf or something. Or these people were selling 9 million copies of a 24-page comic book. These people, when they left Marvel, they got work. They started a company, Image, sold one issue, millions of copies, right?
Yes.
They could retire off of that one issue of 24. Now you got people like drawing for free on Webtoon. Got to work like 3 shifts at the Jiffy Lube until it magically pays off in 30 years or something like that. That's what some people were living.
Yeah.
And it's like, what happened between then and there is going to have some kind of documentary or something like that. In Japan, it's funny because they don't really they kind of just did the same thing.
Yeah.
They don't worry about the new technology, the new delivery system, the new, platform. They just kind of was like, hey, we still got comic stores and we still got paper. We'll print on the paper. It's still in black and white. And just, we just draw differently and write new stories and create new characters. It'll become a manga. It's still shown on broadcast television. They didn't abandon broadcast television because of streaming. They just kind of do the same thing.
Yeah.
America, we're very much obsessed with technology and have technology be better than the content itself. They think we don't need good content as long as we have good platforms. Now we have a zillion platforms and nothing to watch. We're just watching old stuff on Tubi and trying to watch, like, waiting for like Stranger Things to drop or something like that. And between then, it's just us complaining about movies on YouTube. I had a funny meme about the platforms. Like, there's so many streaming platforms, and people recommend where to get the movies from.
Yeah.
It just sounds like gibberish and nonsense. Like, where's that meme? Oh, this is it. It was and it still has these stupid names. Where is it? Here it is. I'll send it to you.
Alrighty.
All right, it's a photo. All right, I sent it.
All right, hold on.
Rena says the Jiffy Lube. Do they still have Jiffy Lube?
I feel like they do. I don't.
Jiffy Lube. Yeah, they still got Jiffy Lube.
This is funny. This image I'm looking at right here. The last one you just sent.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you seen the new show? It's on Tubu. it's literally on Hebe. It's on Pootie with ads. It's literally on Divi. You can probably find it on Weno. Dude, it's on Grumpy. It's a Phoebo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob and watch it. Log on to Poob right now. Go to Poob. Dive into Poob. You can Poob. It's on Poob. Poob has it for you. Poob has it for you.
Is it orc speak?
The new streaming service. Pluto, Tubi, Roku, Hulu. Sling, Philo. Too many streaming services. Not enough things to stream. Yeah, Jiffy Lube is an auto repair store. Clarence Price says, I thought Tangled was casting Jada Pinkett as Rapunzel.
Wait, for real, or
I don't think she.
I can't tell nowadays. Like,
I don't think so.
yeah,
But who knows?
when did they
Multiple
get in
shows.
Cynthia Erivo as Storm, bro? They keep threatening this.
Yeah, I know. Just yikes.
You know what I love? And you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna leave
Howard,
that topic alone.
Howard says Toei might be using AI for soon. I can imagine. I can imagine Japan's going to use AI. I just feel like they would, because it's like they're like, oh, whatever, it's here. They probably use it to make some of their special effects on those tokusatsu shows, whatever, the Kamen Rider shows and the Power Ranger shows they make.
Oh,
Super
yeah.
Sentai. Probably make it a little better. Because that's when they try to CG a helicopter flying around, it doesn't look very good.
Right.
Like even the CG in the CW show looks better than like the CG in like a Japanese show. But maybe they'll use AI to fix that, which is going to get weird.
Oh, yeah.
And if they use it for animation, first of all, we on our last video, or like in the your last video, and was it Real Talk? No, it was Digital All Right.
Oh, yes, I was talking about AI. Yes.
Yeah, talking about AI, and there was an AI guy coming to meet Miyazaki back in years ago. It was a Japanese guy, so they already know about AI. He was trying to present it to Miyazaki, and Miyazaki looked like he was ready to kill him or something.
Shit, Miyazaki was not having it.
He really put a Princess Mononoke sword swipe in his. It's gonna be bad.
My man was upset.
It says here, Brina says, nah, Japanese is worse when it comes to the artist. You could sell 1 million copies and you're still broke. I'll walk into the ocean.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I don't know. Is it true? Like, I guess so. I mean, is there a name? I'll look up the name and research this, because I'm trying to figure out, like, no one wants to talk about who's a big success, because like in America, I don't know. It's just like they had Comics Broke Me, and they had like Peter David. We opened the show where like the dude created, he wrote Spider-Man 2099, bro. Like Young Justice, a man was destitute. Like, it's one of the best comic writers back in the day. Consistently, every month, this dude had to crack out a story, bro, and it sold millions of copies. Like, but
see, for America, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I got no tips for America. So not after that Rob video, where he basically confirmed what we were guessing all these years.
Yeah, it's tough. Neo J says, "What makes Jiffy Lube different from regular lube? The Jiffy, of course. It's in a Jiffy. I guess it's fast."
There you go.
Yeah.
And see, this mom bear said the expression Sean's drawn is what I picture Brina had during the AVE conversation.
I'm just trying to educate people. What's going down in these streets? You know what I mean?
I'm black, y'all, and I'm blackity black. With my white girlfriend. No. Obviously, for the record, by the way, y'all, I don't care about people being interracial. Like, I'm in an interracial relationship. I just think that it's weird when people double down on not only racial politics, but racial exclusion, and then go for the actual race that they were talking down against. Like, that is, I don't even know what that is. Like, that's weird.
Yeah, because they say like it's the colonizer has shielded you from the and has European beauty standards. They brainwashed you into believing in European beauty standards, and then they go to prove this by hooking up with the European. Like, I don't really understand that, but I don't know. There's no rules party house nowadays, but
Yeah.
They don't need rules. They don't need because whatever.
Alpha said, "What? I thought I knew you." Yo, just said, "I'll call it Dr. Umar."
Oh yeah, you gotta call
Would
Dr.
Dr.
Umar.
Wait, no, Dr. Umar would still care even if she's not white.
What do you mean?
Because I don't think that like it doesn't matter that she's not white. I think Dr.
Oh yeah, I mean if you're not black,
yeah, it's just that she's not black, so it would still be a problem as per his politics, I believe. I don't know. I'm not very educated on Dr. Umar's
yeah. but at least Dr. Umar in his, I guess I don't know his I don't know what you call it. I don't know his ideas or something.
Mm-hmm.
At least he's trying to be like, well, if he's gonna talk about like the Black Queen, my Afro Queen, and all this stuff, then he got to get with the Afro Queen.
Yeah.
You say the black woman's the most beautiful woman in the world, and you can get one, especially with all these dudes who got money.
Yes.
Then they can like, I don't know, actually like charter a private jet or a helicopter and like land on the college campus of every black university in America and get their Afro Queen. And instead they like somehow ended up not with that. And those guys question. I'm just saying if they're like some like, they got dashiki and they got millions of dollars and a kufi and they're like talking about black power and they're making these movies where like white people got black people trapped in the cellar or something and torturing them and stuff. I'm just saying, like, I'm not calling anybody out, Jordan. I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not calling anybody out.
Just saying.
I'm just saying. I don't know. You can do what you want, but like maybe you got to tone it down. But nowadays you don't have to do that. You don't have to tone it down.
How would he know? How come nobody asked?
It doesn't matter.
The question. It's like they're daring you to ask.
So many of these people are doing it that no one's calling on it. It's over, bro. I don't know. It's not over because people do call them out on it, like on Twitter or something like that.
Yeah, but I'm saying nobody calls them out to their face. Hey, yo,
like a talk show, like Stephen Colbert is going to be like, "Hey, I noticed that
Well, you said that you
made this movie about a black man and being enslaved by his white girlfriend, and then you have a white girlfriend. You want to talk about that?" And they're like, "Oh my god, oh shit!"
Like what happened? What happens, right? What happens when you actually call them out? Or do they freeze? Like, do they go into like I don't know, like a dazed state, like Street Fighter? Like, do they like?
No one knows how they react because no one's ever said it, bro.
Somebody needs to ask these.
Just so you can see the brain snap.
I want to see it. I want.
Maybe you think they would have some pre-prepared answer, like in their brain, like when they finally, I knew someone's gonna ask me about this someday, and here it is, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, snap! Thank you for answering that. I never thought about it that way." I don't think so. I think like if you ask them, they just brain would freeze and be like, "Oh," like
so,
the Matrix broke or something.
You represent black power, but you also talk down against white people. But why is it that your spouse is white? And then they just be like, he wasn't supposed to ask me that. And I'm like, how are we not supposed to?
There used to be one large yell, just like, "Oh," bro, just like uncontrollable rage, like, "Oh, how dare you ask me that?" and something like that.
You just snap and start tossing stuff.
Lose their mind. I don't know, because like, what would you say? I don't even know. Like, it's kind of a.
I want to see it so bad one day. Somebody please interview one of these people and ask them. How dare her?
You've been brainwashed, my brother, to think that the City Sweeney is better than the Afro Queen. Meanwhile, I got my Sydney Sweeney right. Like, doesn't make no sense.
Like, wait, what? What was the movie? Was it
I live in a paradox that your small pea-brain artist mind cannot understand.
What was the movie that Damon Wayans was playing? Like he was a was it Damon Wayans?
You talking about? You talking about I'm gonna get you, sucker, or like one of these movies? Yeah, they used to be parodying these Wayans brothers.
Yeah, it used to be a joke. Like he came in, he had the bean pot. Not Damon Wayans. It wasn't Damon Wayans.
Yeah, it was Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Yeah,
the movie is. You know what I'm saying? If you watch more Tubi, Sean, you would know.
This is
the
true.
films. Okay. You get to educate yourself on cinema. This is real black cinema, by the way. I'm Gonna Get You Sucker is actually a good movie.
Right.
All right. Movie's called I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Okay? It was directed by Keenan Ivory Wayans and stars Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Right.
There's a scene where he meets a black revolutionary and he's trying to find an army to help get rid of the bad elements in his neighborhood.
Right. Oh, I remember who was playing. It was the dude that played
And it was Clarence Williams III.
Yeah.
Played this black revolutionary, and he was like, "Yes, fight the power, you know, fight the white man." And then I'm gonna get around it right away. And then like his white wife comes in with a dashiki on or whatever, like some kind of like she had cornrows in her hair. He says, "My Nubian warrior, dinner's ready." And then he had his white kids who were purely white for some reason.
No melanin at all. Like they're not even mixed. Like it's just
right. And they had dashikis on.
Right.
And then Keenan Ivory was just confused, like, but you were just on that, like, the white man, but now this, and he was just confused. He was just like, I didn't know what's going on. Now that scene doesn't make any sense to like the activist people. They just be like, that's fine. But why is that even funny? I don't even understand that's funny.
What if somebody was bold enough to break, because it used to be, because it's funny. It's funny because it doesn't make any sense. Except now people in real time are doing what doesn't make any sense. So what if they try to bring that humor back? Would like society melt?
I don't know, man. Look, I'm a man out of time. I'm watching movies from the 1990s on Tubi, okay? I'm reacting to a video about Rob Liefeld, okay? Talking about 1992 comic sales figures, okay? I don't know. I'm trying to draw a comic book about Red Riding Hood fighting, and she's bad girl hot. I'm trying to draw anime in this repressive American culture that doesn't want me to, except on the internet for fan crap, something like that. I am outside of the system, okay, for that question. All right. I don't
Fair point.
know. Okay. I'm trying to hope that whatever this is, if will be monetizable because it is a unique situation. Okay.
Right.
I need to ask the people in the chat. If some black revolutionary person, activist, individual was talking about his Afro queens, was talking about how he needs to take control from these colonial oppressors, okay, of the Caucasian persuasion, okay? If you saw this person and he had his wife looking like, I don't know, Marsha Brady, okay, something like that. I don't know, like the
whitest
Sweeney.
Like, yeah.
Yes, I don't know, like not even whiter than that. I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
we not we can't dial down to like Haley Stenfield or something. I'm talking about like, you know what I'm saying,
yes.
like Marsha Brady. Yeah, that's a good example. Like
the Brady mom. I don't know. Marsha Brady was like one of the kids.
Oh crap! No, sorry. Oh, the Brady mom. My bad.
The Brady mom Brady. I don't know what the name was.
Right.
Guess I'm so hood. I forgot the name of the.
The AAVE is preventing us from remembering names.
I don't know the new white people. I just know the old white people. Brooke Shields. I don't know. Like
Brooke Shields. There you go.
They don't have white people in mainstream movies. Look, I don't know the new ones. Don't know the new ones. All right, but just think of the whitest movie you ever seen in your life. If you saw a black revolutionary guy hooking up with that, would you think that it would be a conflict of interest, or you just like, I don't care? That's the question.
Oh.
I'm gonna wait a bit.
Mama says
to the answers
those guys. So Mama Bear has had, so you have firsthand experience. Now, like, were they saying, you know what I'm saying? They were pro-black, but were they also talking down on other races and then still dating you? Like, that was the question. I mean, you don't have to answer that if that's personal. I'm just curious. Rita says depends. Does Mom Brady also speak AAV?
Yeah, how about that? Like, maybe.
Oh,
Don't ask me. Don't. I guess I guess the answer is how hard are they yapping about like being some pro black guy? I guess. I don't know.
right.
Brina says, I can't wait to hear about the Umar secret white lover scandal. Popcorn's at the ready. I remember they saw a picture of him. He was trying to get a new phone or buy something.
Mm.
And they caught a
Oh
picture
yeah.
of him talking to like a white woman at a mall kiosk, and they were like, "Yo, Dr. Umar, he's trying to get the snow bunny on them." But
Man, that we saw that also in real life. There was a person we used to know, and well, she was mixed, but she looked straight up white. And she went up to like one of those guys on the street preaching about white man's the devil, and she was listening to them for fun,
mhm.
because she's a wild out kind of gal. And then after all of that, the dude's asking for her number. I'm like, all right, B, like, so you want the devil's phone number according to your
It doesn't matter anymore. There's no rules.
there's obviously no rules.
Um,
I just think that somebody in an interview should ask the question just because I want to see somebody's brain melts.
Afro says, if I want awesome art skills, does that mean I need a snow bunny like Sean?
I don't know. You're gonna have to try to get that one. I don't have a snow bunny. I got rice and beans. No.
DOJ says that's a simple. Oh, he's talking about something else. Clarence Price says, if I had $1 for every time an interracial radical attempted to be pro-black but date outside the black community, I'd have enough money to buy a Wii 2 console with the attachments. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh man. Hold on,
I'm not saying people could do what they want. I don't know.
No, people can do whatever they want.
I don't care. Like, I'm not some revolutionary. I'm just some dude. Like, but I think the people who hold themselves up to revolutionary standards, like black activist standards, I don't know. Maybe they have it, but then again, I'm not running the streets, So I guess they would have to tell me.
Yeah.
Mama Bear says I've dated those guys, and using dating liberally here. Well, is it really dating? Like, I guess like doing it and getting away. I mean, because it's not a long-term thing. Right. But I'm talking about long-term. I'm talking about that's their wife, or their
they're like, yo, this is my life partner type joint.
Yeah, they've been dating for years and have kids and stuff like that, or in a relationship. A monogamous relationship,
right?
Not something that they hope you don't catch me, like hope they
don't. Yeah, exactly.
Like they don't mind being in public and people taking photos of it. Anyway, I don't think we had any dancers in here. I think they were just confused. So time for us to get with the time, Sean.
Yeah, you can be a hypocrite, and
I am converted. Okay, I no longer care. I was just curious.
That means
I didn't even know if I cared, but I was curious. Now I'm no longer curious. You can do whatever you want. You can.
That means I have to throw logic out the window.
And the rest of the country did. Brina says, Sean, you gotta be specific. There's a lot of rice and bean dishes.
Is it? I mean, I guess I was being stereotypically racist. You know what I'm saying? Rice and beans. You know what I'm saying?
Rice and beans.
Hola. Like,
yeah, word. Goya. Adobo.
Straight up adobo. With a hint of Philippines. Apparently, even though she doesn't look Philippine at all, but
Power 1000 said logic is problematic. That's true.
Apparently, in today's day and age.
What a silly tangent we went on.
Hey, listen. Look, if anybody remembers our Twitch days, you got to know that like after a certain time, if the show goes on too long, we just be we just be going off. Usually around this time, we'll probably be watching a Tubi clip or talking about something else nonsensical. Today's nonsensical tangent was AAVE, and I'm glad that I now know about it. I fully educated myself on the.
I thought you already knew about it.
I did not know. I really didn't.
I didn't think this was big knowledge. I didn't even think it'd be that fascinating to people. I'd be like, all right, whatever.
AAVE should piss me off.
Whatever, man. That's why we just do what we want, man. Like in the 90s, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Right. That's why the 90s were a better time. We weren't having conversations like this. We just.
These things are funny, but it's just like
also the 90s were clearly important because they would have jokes like that movie.
Just to let people know, like, not to take yourself too seriously,
right?
Because there's no way that everyone could be held up to this pious standard and stuff. But that's kind of like the internet is built now. Like everybody's acting like they're self-righteous and they know all the answers. Like whether you're like some activist or some religious figure or you're some politician or some political analyst or some thought leader or influencer, like everything I do is perfect. Everything. It's like you see these people saying, all these guys saying, all these guys who are pushing like, I know what a relationship is, and then they have a divorce. It's just like, things like that, and it's just like
the worst.
Dude, guess it didn't work out, bro.
But speaking of which, didn't Dr. Omar get in some scandal with his daughter reached out to him or something, and it was a whole thing? I forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I never heard that.
Yeah, and then people were like, I don't know. Then it was his real daughter, and it was the whole thing.
And I mean, people can have problems and stuff and work through it, but I don't know. Then maybe you got to chill on the advice.
Too much boasting.
Boast. Alpha Proto says, I like YouTube more, but I miss the sound clips from Twitch. Me too. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe we got. I guess. See, here's the problem too, because then
maybe we just have to be on everything, Sean. Maybe we just have to just be online every single minute of the day. Then we can have the best of both worlds.
I mean, we could duel it up, and then have the. But then it's weird because it's like.
Yeah. We could do stream. Yes, do stream. I don't know, but then again, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, then it's like dual streaming just so I could get the sound effects, or I could just. It kind of doesn't make any sense.
Somebody on Twitch will see it.
And what was the place that had the sound effects? I forgot what it was freaking called.
Maybe just play them on your own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can play them on my own.
We'll get them next time.
All right, yeah, because I can't remember where it was. It's just that y'all won't be able to press the button because there's no option for that on YouTube.
Neo J says, people who are involved, their whole identity around politics have to be one of the most insufferable people to hang around with. Not all of them, but you get what I mean.
No, I agree. It's especially if you have to be around them. You're just like, all right. Let me watch the topics I talk about here because anything's going to set them on a tangent. By the way, y'all, just excuse me. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just practicing the practice. I legitimately haven't except for a little bit of the piece that I worked on for this next upcoming video. I've had the meanest art block. Well, I think I said that before, but yeah. So I'm just sketching to sketch right now.
It looks good. It's getting late though.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up off. Oh yeah,
Can
I'm
we get a
actually.
few more likes if you haven't liked the video yet though?
Yep, and we'll pop. Yep, like the video, and we're gonna pop on tomorrow.
We've been on for a long time. We got lost in some weird tangent or something like that, but it was funny.
No, it was funny. That joint was meth.
Get a few laughs. It'll charge you up for the tomorrow.
AAVE.
Check the links in the description. Check the Discord. If you have any artwork you want us to showcase tomorrow,
Yep.
put it in the Discord. Check out our comic book, Renaissance Punk Fairy Tale. Links in the description, y'all. Anything else in the description, y'all? Is there AAVE glossary in the description too?
I should put that in the description.
Put that there. You can learn all the new phrases that are cooked up in the streets. And Sean is your hood Sherpa guide. No. But guys, it's been real.
Yep. So we're gonna. I don't know what I did here.
That's good. That's good.
Did
this
I draw a Deadpool on my book? Yeah, I did, or try to.
There you go. Style, face, extreme. We'll explore these topics in future streams.
Yep.
You know, try to create the next, inspire the next generation of superstars while trying to become superstars ourselves.
Trying to.
All right. Brina says, cut that whole segment out, bro. Which one?
What, the AV? That's the star of the night. No, let me stop.
Probably should. But...
Hey, listen. At least we didn't watch any videos on it. We just.
Facts.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. We'll see y'all tomorrow night. So yeah, until then, peace.